Ahoy, landlubbers! It's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. Welcome to another spooky Saturday of the Séance of Blake Manor. We were just discussing how long this game is, and the time to beat website, whose name I always get slightly wrong, suggests that the main game finishes in 14 hours. Which, to be clear, aren't we past that? Aren't we like good past that at this point? Didn't I edit part 5 yesterday, which means like a minimum of 15 hours? You're 22.3. Are you going by Steam numbers? Because you have to account for like idle time, like at the beginning and end of stream. So like that's not completely accurate. Um, but like I'd say at least 20 is probably accurate, being conservative. I don't know. I genuinely do not know what to make of that. Like, I'll concede this. I think it is entirely possible that I have been playing this game in like a really time conservative manner, trying to like get as much value out of every hour as possible to a degree that the developers did not intend. But like, if that's true, I genuinely do feel like that is a failing of the game to communicate to me how precious time is. Because like when you put that kind of timer on it and then give me like really like nebulous objectives, it's like extremely difficult for me to do anything other than to assume that I need to be very careful about the use of time. Zachula posits he thinks I've been playing the game for the last 15 years. I don't know about that. What was the most recent TV show that came out when we started playing this game? Does anyone remember? That's how I measure time, by the way, because I'm a psychopath. But like, yeah, that I think that would help me figure it out. Heated rivalry. Pretty sure that show's not 15 years old. See, the joke is that you were supposed to find something from like 16 years ago or like 30 years ago and tell me that that was the answer. Feel like it was Magnum PI parentheses the first one. The Walking Dead. There you go. See, now we're cooking with gas. We're burning with fire. Okay, so I said yesterday that I would talk today, and I'll try to keep this brief, but you know I'm not going to succeed at this. So I've mentioned that I've been like watching a lot of like garbage horror movies because life is bad and it's a weird coping mechanism that I've developed. Also, work is really bad and it's not interesting enough for me to talk about. Like I don't have like a good rant. I have like so many small rants and they're all bad. But like everything is bad. The world is extremely bad. If you're not familiar, hi, it's January in 2026. There's so much news and none of it's good. Just would love to dial down the quantity of news and dial up the quantity of news, both in very large amounts. Um, but I think I believe it was all last Sunday that I watched 3 escape room themed horror movies that are all available to watch for free on Amazon Prime streaming, um, which is a way you could spend your Sunday and a way I did spend my Sunday. And I'm here to tell you that the quality of these was drastically different. I'm gonna tell them to you in the order I watched them and reveal that there's a greater meaning to that once we get further in. So the first one I watched is literally called Escape Room, which is confusing because there is a much more famous escape room themed movie already called Escape Room, surprising no one. It was like produced by Sony and got like a theatrical release and a sequel that had a theatrical release, and I watched both of those. And the first one was like pretty good, and the second one wasn't very good at all. Um, but this like escape room parentheses like budget version was actually the best escape room themed horror movie that I've seen by a good amount. However, it is also pretty flawed. What I really like about this movie is that um like so many other horror movies, it's kind of about a bunch of idiots and bad stuff happens to them. But like they did a really good job, I thought, of like introducing the characters and like even though like the writing of the characters wasn't super strong, I thought the actors were doing a really good job of like selling the nuance of their relationships and like making me aware of things that were going to like cause problems later, like tension between specific people and stuff. And I was like really intrigued by it. And then here's like the most interesting thing about this movie to me is that like it's the only fictional depiction of an escape room I've ever seen that accurately reflects what the experience of doing an escape room is like so many of them just like clearly written and conceived of by people who like don't know how escape rooms or even like puzzle solving works. um and so like it was just interesting. It like started so mundane of like they're just like the group of like six people ends up getting like split into various different rooms to begin with, which is a thing that I've had happen at one actual escape room. It's not common, but it can happen. And like they just had to solve like a series of like really mundane puzzles with like plausible like clues and stuff. And it was like really exciting for me just to watch that. And I was like, I honestly don't even care if this movie like becomes a horror movie. Like it's kind of just fun to watch this with these idiots like just sniping at each other because they're not very good friends. But then, of course, because it was a horror movie, it does take a horror movie turn, and it does something that I think is really, really, really weird, which is that it de-escalates the severity of deaths. There are four distinct types of death that occur in this movie because it's a relatively small cast and a relatively short movie, I think. And the first one was by far the most gruesome, both visually and conceptually. It was horrific. And there really wasn't anywhere to go up, and so like they just kind of gradually got more tame until the last one like barely mattered. Um, but like even like setting that like I think that we could have gotten away with something less hideous to look at. But you know, it's a horror movie. I understand that sometimes we do for the groom. I think that's what they say in the industry. We do for the groom. Anyone ever heard that before? I think that's a human expression. Um, but yeah, I mean, setting that aside, like I genuinely sort of continue to like the progression of the story and the collapse of the relationships as like tension got higher, and they even there's a nod in there that tells me that whoever wrote that movie is a fan of Zero Escape, which like all of the reasonably high quality escape room movies, of which there are like two, and they're both called Escape Room. Spoiler alert. They have elements that suggest that whoever wrote them is familiar with the Zero Escape series, which I appreciate. Um, so like I liked how everything played out up to there's sort of like a moral dilemma where like one of the players had been isolated from the others and they like found out that they were trapped and they were like trying to figure out how to rescue them, and it sort of comes down to like this final like puzzle situation, and like all of that plays out fine. I have two like major story issues other than some of the gripes I've talked about like the escalation and whatnot. One is the ending is not satisfying. I get what they were going for, and it's like fine. It's like a serviceable way to end the movie, but they didn't set it up enough for it to have any kind of impact. It kind of comes completely out of nowhere. And in my opinion, making that worse is that like because that element is like a Deus Ex Machina, there's this whole weird thing that happens at the start of the movie where one of the characters in the friend group is like described as basically like flaking on them and like didn't RSVP for this escape room that they signed up for that ended up being a really bad idea. And like it just seems like they're going out of their way to set up one of two things. Either that this like last friend in the friend group is like the one who will like rescue whoever's left at the end, or that they are the one who like orchestrated it because they didn't go inside the deadly game to begin with. And like somehow neither of those things is true, and that character just disappears and is never seen from again. And I'm like, then why were they here? Why did you go to all the trouble to cast them and give them dialogue and introduce the character and like establish this reason for them to like come back and be important? Like what happened here? Did the actor flake on the last day of production? They didn't show up? Very confused. But like setting those elements aside, I really like that movie. Is probably not as high of a universal recommendation as that one I mentioned recently. It's What's Inside. I like that a lot. So if you're interested in watching some garbage horror movies of your own, those are some good picks. Let's now move on to a movie called No Escape. Um, it's it's okay. I think the ending is really bad. I like really hate the ending of No Escape. It's like a decidedly mediocre take on an escape room horror movie where like so the first like act of the movie is establishing that the sort of main character, it's not as much of an ensemble as like some of these like escape rooms conceptually can be kind of an ensemble of everyone working together to solve puzzles or whatever. Unless I'm doing it, in which case I tell everyone what to do because it's the thing that makes me like it like peaks out all of my like autistic spectrum tendencies as being inside an escape room. I'm super chill and cool and normal, and my mom will lie to you and say that these things I'm saying sarcastically are actually true, but know that I, Vasco, am telling you the truth and that I am not cool, which is a good blanket statement to take at face value. But so like this movie No Escape, the first like 30 minutes are like, so main character is like some famous like influencer online. They kind of like frame him as like a poor man's Mr. Beast. I don't know if they do that deliberately, but that's like the vibe that comes across from like what they show him doing. Um, and so like they establish that really quickly, and then like the next half hour is like his friends like fly him to like Moscow or like somewhere in Russia, some like major place in Russia, with like very little information. They're like, yeah, my friend Alexei, he like told me about this like crazy escape room that'll like change your life. Like it's like almost impossible to get in there, and it's like so crazy, like you won't know what's going on. And then there's just like a bunch of them like wandering around Russia and like pissing people off, which is like confusing because like none of it ends up mattering. It's just supposed to give you this sense that like Russia is bad, but like I think the idea is like they want you to think that like he pissed off someone important at some point, even though he just like seems to just piss off every person that he encounters. So like there's not a clear sense of who would be responsible, and none of it seems terribly meaningful. But so then they go into the escape room, and their version of the escape room is that like they have just rigged up like all of his friends in like actual torture devices that like at periodic like time increments in the hour that they're given to escape will like attempt to kill them. That like someone's in an electric chair, someone's tied to a rack, someone has like an Iron Maiden with like a mechanism to like slowly close it on someone's face. It's like kind of an interesting idea, but like it's really I don't know. It feels like too easy in a way. Like it doesn't feel very creative, I guess, is the point. Like it gets the point across, but it's like not very creative. Um and so like some of that gets kind of like gory or ominous. The last person who's like mechanism triggers, they're trapped in just like a really heavy duty water tank that just starts filling with water, and they have to find this like really preposterous way to free them that's like clearly not a puzzle and like suggests that something has gone wrong. And then when they start like shouting at their friend Alexei to try and like get them out and stop this because they're all getting scared and it's too real and whatever. And then they at the very last second they save the last friend, and they sort of take the key that she had with her in the tank and use it to open like the final door to get out. And there's just like a smashed bottle of champagne and like blood on the walls, and they're like, oh no, like something's gone wrong. And so they like go outside and they get like kidnapped by like goons and like taken to some place. And then from there, they're at some like black site, and the guy's like, oh, like I am like scary Russian guy, and I have my own like evil live stream where like people pay me money to torture Americans. And it's like really all like sensational and weird. And then like, it's a horror movie, so they like kill like his friends in front of him, and he manages to escape through like a weird contrived plot element. And like he every time he attempts to save someone, he just ends up killing them, like not directly, but like it goes badly every single time. And then he does manage to sort of get away from everyone, and he somehow gets to some like massive like warehouse or something. And then like Alexei comes out like with his cell phone, and he's like, oh, like how does it feel to have lost all of your, like you've lost everything, how does it feel? And his like tone is like clearly like kind of goofy. And the main character just, and I'm gonna spoil this for you because like don't watch it, it's not very good. So like the ending of this one is that like the guy comes out, he's like, oh, like sucks to be you, and then he just like beats him to death, like really gruesomely. He just like absolutely pummels this man to death. But like the whole time he's like, no, like it's not real, like it's a bit, like and like he's clearly like explaining that like the whole thing is like a nonsensically contrived like prank from his friends, where they like faked all of their own death despite how completely impractical and implausible that is. But like the whole thing had been arranged so that like, because he's like a social media influencer, like the whole thing is live streamed, so all his viewers are like, oh my god, we just like watched a murder, now his life is like actually ruined, lol. And it like, I don't know, it was just like really like on the nose and like not clever, and like it asks you to suspend too much disbelief. Like the circumstances of the ways that people like actually ended up dying, like they were just too varied and too improbable for me to believe that these people had accomplished this task without anything seeming super suspicious. And then let me tell you about Escape: Puzzle of Fear. This movie is unbelievably bad. Whereas I tell you, don't watch No Escape because it's bad. Just like don't even look at Escape: Puzzle of Fear. This movie is god awful. Like I haven't seen a movie this bad in a long time. Like not since the days when I was like obsessed with like studying bad movies from like Something Awful reviews. Like Escape Puzzle of, like, let me tell you, and I want to be super clear about this, because I'm not saying like, haha, I'm a guy, I'm a gross perv. The only reason you could ever possibly want to watch the movie Escape: of Fear is because it has some quantity of shameless nudity in it. I'm not saying like, oh man, what a sexy good time. No, I'm saying like, if you don't want to see like gratuitous like nudity in a god awful movie, there's truly no reason to watch Escape: Puzzle of Fear. This movie is horrendously bad. So here's the bullet points of the plot on this one. The main character is a woman whose name I don't care. It's irrelevant. She's like really the only important. There's like two major main character women, and the other one mainly exists to be like topless and snarky. So there's like main character woman, and like we get these insanely specific flashbacks where like when she was a child, they established she's 9 years old, and she wants to take her like 5-year-old sister out trick-or-treating on her own. And for some reason, her parents let that happen. And then, like, when they're out, they go to some house where the front door is open. And, like, the whole house is clearly, like, abandoned or something. Yeah, movie is, like, more recent than you would expect. But also, it looks like it was shot in, like, 1994. Like, even the film quality looks, like, god-awful. Like everything about like the production values are like unbelievably bad. Like it's like probably its main claim to fame is, and I didn't research this, but one of the main actors in it is Omar Gooding, who he looks like Cuba Gooding Jr. So I assume he's like discount Cuba Gooding Jr., like his cousin or something, or maybe his brother or something. Um, but so like this girl like takes her sister out trick or treating. They show her going to like exactly one house. The front door is open. It looks like it's like for sale or something. There's no furniture in it. But what there is there's like two like teenage thugs in like weird like gruesome Halloween costumes with knives just looking to do violence for no reason. So they like immediately kill her sister. And then they like agonize over whether they should kill her or try to frame her for the murder. And they settle on framing her for the murder. And somehow this works. This is mind boggling to me. So, like, the premise of this movie is that main character woman, as a child, tries to take her sister out trick or treating, encounters like some like sociopathic killers. Then, like, the police like arrest a 9-year-old girl. They put her on trial. They commit her for like her entire life. And then I'm going to go ahead and jump forward and spoil the big reveal of the movie because I truly don't want you to think there's absolutely any reason to watch this movie. So like later on, the whole purpose of the escape room is to like lock this guy who is like the culprit in an escape room and like do bad stuff to him. And what they reveal is that the like the head of the psychiatric ward that the girl was committed to for like her entire life, just for some like completely unexplained reason, just decided that he would like commit all of the resources of the people in this like psychiatric ward to do like murders and stuff out of like vengeance for like other people. It's like deeply confusing and it's like not set up properly. So like the way the story goes is like you get the backstory of the main character, you find out she's in a relationship, then like that guy's married couple friends come over, and then like somebody just like texts them an invitation to this escape room, which I'm now realizing doesn't actually make any sense because it's like, oh no, it does internally make sense. It just relies on something that doesn't make sense later. So for contrived reasons, like these people who are put together for basically no reason at all, they commit to going to this escape room. And this let me talk about the nature of the escape room in Escape: Puzzle of Fear. Because like I described how like escape room parentheses, not the famous one, has like the most like accurate portrayal of what an escape room experience is like. This has to be the exact opposite. There are like so many like extras and like random rooms that you only go in for like 2 minutes to have like dramatic like improv scenes with people pretending to be like detectives or like members of a jury, and it's like you would that's not what an escape room is. You would never do that. It's so like needlessly expensive to like hire a bunch of people to do acting for something that should happen like multiple times a day. Like ideally the whole like escape room industry has been moving towards like higher degrees of like automation, in the sense that like you want the room to be like easily resettable and like deterministic. Like you want it to go off without a hitch as often as you can, so there's not as much like setup or time wasted or like repairs. So like they go to this place and they're like, okay, so like the premise is that we know that one of you is a killer, and like you have like 1 hour to like go through the evidence in this room to like solve it, or else we're gonna kill all of you, because that's how the justice system works. I don't know. So like there's a conceit of it being an escape room for like 15 maybe 20 minutes of runtime of the movie, and then they like get to a second room, which is a thing that actually happens quite a lot in escape rooms if you're not familiar with them. like the standard from what I have seen is that like the average escape room actually consists of 3 separate rooms. And the conceit is usually that like by making some amount of progress with the puzzles, you sort of unlock a new like narrative environment, whether it's like literally that you like open a bank vault and now you're in the vault, or sometimes like one that I don't know how much I described it, but one we did for my birthday last year was like you are on a spaceship trying to get to a space station, so you like solve some stuff in the spaceship and then you dock with the space station and then you open up a door and you're on the space station. So like they go into a second room and then for like no like logical reason 2 people are like locked in the first room and they're like, hey, we used a key to like open that door to get in here, why don't you just use that same key to get out? And then main character woman is just like, whoops, I took the key from the first room as a souvenir, which isn't how anything works. And then like things escalate really quickly where like the rooms keep happening like faster and none of them matter. We get to a point where they're like in like a whole like mock trial room with that fake jury I mentioned earlier. And it like goes on to describe like details that are like shockingly similar to the really specific backstory that the main character woman has. And it's really important at this point that I emphasize to you that the acting of this main character woman is just so flat. And I don't mean that like she's not acting, which debatable. I'm not going to try and say she's doing a good job, but what I'm trying to explain to you is that like she's giving nothing in terms of presenting what that character is going through. So like they're like literally telling her like tragic backstory and she's not like shocked or horrified, but she also doesn't seem like she's cool and in control. She'll like occasionally say something that suggests like she's concerned, but the weird thing is that as far as we know, nobody else knows her tragic backstory. We've never seen her explain it to anyone, and it's like super weirdly specific. So like we don't it's not something that like clearly everyone would have heard about or something. So she like looks at some of this stuff and like, you know, they internally they have some infighting about like what the evidence means, and she's like, no, like didn't you like hear what I said? Like the evidence actually suggests that like the girl was framed, she didn't do it. And then like we do some like real schlocky like haunted house type stuff where just like all the lights go out and then like all the women are gone, and it at this point like the only people who are like still around are like 3 guys, like the 2 main character guys who are friends, and like this third guy who was like helping them like solve puzzles in the escape room. And I actually forget what ended up happening to that guy. I think like he left at some point. Maybe he did disappear when the lights went out, but like so like the 2 like main character friend guys, this is a detail that killed me. It's such a small detail, but it absolutely demonstrates how little attention to detail we were paying in the production of this movie. Is that like when they went into the courtroom, the first like clue they were dealing with was like they had to like puzzle out what exhibit A was, and that was like the thing that the woman was reading that like was, you know, like an eyewitness account of what happened that explained that like the suspect didn't do it. And then like something tells them that like they should that like exhibit B, it goes on like the audio visual card. They have like a TV with like a VCR. So like they look at like the desk that has, you know, like like the prosecutor's desk or whatever, and there's a VHS tape that says exhibit A on it, which is like the only wrong thing you could write on the tape, because we've already established that there is an exhibit A and we already did it. So like you could call it exhibit B and that would show you were paying attention, or you could write nothing, or you could write evidence. You could write almost anything on it other than exhibit A and it would be fine. But it says exhibit A on it, and they put it in the cassette player, and then like a guy who was playing a detective in the first room like starts saying like these ominous things about how they know who these guys really are, and like they better fess up soon. And then like I don't remember like what actually happens to them. Like there's some point where like everybody gets knocked out. It just like conveniently happens. And when they wake up, it's like the two friends in the room with the main character girl. And the main character girl is dressed in her like cat costume that she was wearing when she was 9 years old. But she has like a hypodermic needle, like it looks like it's kind of just like leaning on her shoulder. And like at no point do I remember any character like taking a serious look at that character after they woke up from being unconscious. But like later on, like at least twice, they're sort of like, nah, she's just dead. Without anyone like actually check, they're just like, she's dead. Oh well. And then like around this time, like the like sketchy old guy is just like on a PA system, like goading this guy on, trying to be like, you should just like confess to what you did, just like tell us what you did. And then this is where the movie goes off the rails, because like none of the rest of the movie is about the escape room or anything interesting. It's just like a series of flashbacks. Like first off, it's a series of flashbacks demonstrating that this guy is a complete sociopath. Is that he just like multiple times has like kidnapped random women and trapped them places and like did bad stuff to them. And it's like not done in an interesting way. It's just to demonstrate how bad he is, which is fine. We already know he sucks for multiple reasons. But like it's super obvious that this guy is like the same like sociopathic guy from the start of the movie, because it's a bad movie and there's no other reasonable way that the movie could resolve, because there's no other characters you could be suspicious of, and the way they're talking, it's clear there's some ominous backstory, etc., etc. So like that happens for like a really long time. And then I guess the next thing that happens is like a door to the room that was like locked from the outside opens up, and someone like sort of stumbles in, like totally covered up in a hoodie with like a mask on and a hood over it, and the true main character bad guy just like chokes her to death. And then he like takes off her mask, and it was like the other guy's girlfriend, and he obviously doesn't care because he's a complete sociopath. But then like conveniently at that exact moment, the friend wakes up, and like again, like attention to detail or writing like we're functional human beings like doesn't exist at all. So the friend wakes up and he sees, well, he sees nothing because he's a stooge, but like he is in a room where his friend's girlfriend has like a needle sort of leaning on her, and she's dressed as a sexy cat in like an inflatable like pool that children would use. And his own girlfriend is like unconscious on the floor with like a mask like slid off the top of her head, and his friend is standing there, and he's just sort of like, oh man, I guess we're in a new room. And then like the like main bad guy starts having this argument with him. He's like, who did you tell about like bad stuff that I did? Because I'm perfect and I would have gotten away with everything. So you're the weak link. You must have done it. And that like they have this really pointless conversation that goes on for an extremely long time. And then somewhere in that conversation, the friend, Omar Gooding, he says something like, wait, like my girlfriend, maybe she's still alive, which like, again, just demonstrates to me like how little the people who wrote this were like paying attention to anything. Cause she's like clearly visible. She had a mask on, but the other guy took it off so he could see who he thought was like the person who trapped him here. So it's not like her identity is hidden. And there's like 4 things of interest in this room with nothing in it. It's like the inflatable pool with a presumed dead woman in it, a dead woman on the floor, him and another guy. That's the only things in the room. So like the fact that he wouldn't notice a whole dead woman who is his significant other is unconscionably stupid. But so like he gets in the argument with the main bad guy, and they have a physical altercation. The other guy takes the needle off his presumed dead girlfriend and somehow uses it. Like I think he like stabs it into the guy's heart is what he does. And he like plunges air into it, which I understand would kill someone. And it's important that I establish this, and we'll get to it later. But so he does something that looks like it should actually kill his friend, and he just doesn't care because he's a sociopath. And then once he's down, then main character girl gets up. Everyone, like, it's like they have alarms set for when it's their turn to be relevant to the plot. So she gets up, And now it's just like a whole bunch of flashbacks, like so many flashbacks, like probably like 20 minutes of this movie is flashbacks trying to explain how like when she was like framed for this crime and got committed for like basically her entire life, she like kind of went crazy. She was like in like such an inhospitable environment that like obviously like nothing good happened to her. But then like for reasons that truly aren't explained in any adequate fashion, like at some point she just sort of like banded together with like all the people in like the psychiatric ward or wherever it was that she was like committed to, that like they were gonna orchestrate this like nonsensical like revenge plot, and like everyone agreed to do it, including like the doctor who oversaw the wing. And it, like I just don't understand why they never like explained that like he was like also like mentally ill, or that they had done something to coerce him. Like there's no explanation that would make any sense for this. It's just treated like we should just accept that. Also treated like we should just accept it is that she's really, really slowly explaining how she had like somehow tracked him down, and like she knew the whole time that he was this awful guy who did this thing that killed her sister and then framed her for it and ruined her life. And like at no point is he like fearful for his life or mad that she like lied to him or that she trapped him in this situation. He just like patiently like listens to the whole thing. She doesn't feel threatened for his life. He doesn't feel threatened for his life. Like someone should obviously feel endangered at this point. Maybe both of them. But like he doesn't do anything to try and stop her or get revenge or anything. And like at a certain point he's sort of just like, I'm like so turned on because I'm evil and this is evil. Like he doesn't literally say that, but he says something like shockingly close to that. It's very stupid. But then like she says something like, well, unfortunately, like I've already moved on, or some stupid thing. And then Omar Gooding gets up. The guy who he like basically actually killed. He like injected him with enough oxygen that like my understanding is that like kills you. Is like if like a sufficient amount of oxygen like injected directly to your bloodstream, I understand that that kills a person. And he did that to this guy. He was trying to kill him. But he just gets up and he's just like, no, I'm her boyfriend. And it's like, what's happening? Like, this is such like middle school improv play. Not like, I don't know what this is. It's stupid. And then, I forget how we transitioned from that, but then like the final phase of the movie is like, I swear to God, like another like 15 minutes where like actual police just like I think what happens is like actual police officers just come in, and like the Omar Gooding and the main woman are just like feigning how scared they are of this guy and how they just watched him kill this other woman. And then like the whole rest of the movie is like they put him in a squad car, and then just like all of the characters who were like in the escape room give this like fake testimony of like how deranged he was. I mean, like he did kill a woman and he is a bad guy, but they like gave this like weird for like 15 or 20 minutes of the end of the movie, it's just like people giving this fake account of like what happened in the escape room. And it's like, no, like you don't that you can hand wave that so easily. Like obviously, like all you have to do is say that there were like cameras when he like murdered that woman, and like none of this like 15 or 20 minute segment has to happen. And then like once we're like finally done giving like every character a turn to basically like talk directly to the camera, the movie just like abruptly ends. It's so bad. It's such a bad movie. The production values are awful. The writing and the acting are so unbelievably stilted. There are like no good acting jobs in this movie. Everyone is like chewing the scenery at best and miserable to watch at worst. But the plot doesn't make any sense. It doesn't flow organically at all. Like people never behave like human beings. People who are like actually dead come back to life for no adequately explained reason. And the only reason that the plot can happen at all is because of this unbelievably contrived idea that like an entire psychiatric ward just independently decided to make like a murder escape room. Like it just doesn't make any sense. The end. Don't watch that movie. It's extremely short and it's awful. Is Vasco de Reviewer second channel launching? I mean, I had no time at all this holiday season, but I had thought about, and I had a good name for it, like a Hallmark movie review channel that I was like considering squatting on or launching or something. Um, but I like the thing is like I just don't have like the time to edit or the skill to do like graphics. So like I just like I don't have the means to like make it anything useful. But I don't know. I had an interesting afternoon watching those three movies, and they got worse the more I watched them. And it wasn't because I got bored of them. It's because I happened to watch them in descending quality of order. I genuinely do like Escape Room parentheses not the famous one. If it sounds interesting to you, I think it's worth a watch. I don't think I've spoiled too much about its real twists or turns. I tried to keep that one pretty vague because I think that's pretty watchable. It might not be your cup of tea, and like if you're not interested in an escape room horror movie, then like yeah, it's probably not for you. But like I actually thought that was pretty fun. I was disappointed because I really feel like with a little work that could have been great, but like it was good. Um, but yeah, so Zacula, if you're still here after all of that, can you confirm or deny that I kept it short? We're at 41 minutes 40 seconds of recording time. I think I did a good job of keeping that short, huh? Think so? Think we're good. Okay, now that that's all out of the way, let's turn our attention to the Séance of Blake Manor. This sure is a video game, is it not? Let's continue. And wait until we're good and in the game to try and connect the controller. That seems like that's the main thing that keeps the game from breaking. Now, why? That's interesting. Why? I was pretty sure at the end of yesterday's stream that I had loaded the save file creeping on Mr. Guy in the ladies' changing room.
Pockets, Poseidon.
He came here for some meeting, and I don't see that other person, and I can't meaningfully interact with him. So,
internationally renowned recording star Conroy Bumpus.
Demolition is already at it. If you weren't
Grand
here
Imperial
yesterday,
Warlord Maximus Optimus, keeper
I
of the
added,
Seven Keys.
A name that Demolition and Sarah Rocks Aqua had been requesting to the name game. If you're not familiar with it, name game is basically channel point redemption.
Mama Bosco to you.
Where you can spend 400 of your channel points to Vasco da Gamer on twitch.tv to play a random name from a list that now populates over 100 different sound bites from various video games and like a couple of exceptions, like it's Servine, It's Gotta Be, it's from Pokemon. That means that
Mildred Summers.
one generates randomly from over 100, meaning you have less than a 1% chance to get any particular one. And Demolition has been trying to get the new one to play. You'd think statistically it'd show once. Unfortunately, that's not how
internationally renowned
works.
recording star Conroy
Instead,
Bumpus.
you'll get internationally renowned recording star Conroy Bumpus twice in 4 minutes.
You're Kathy Rain.
So, what's happening in this game? What a fantastic question. God only knows. That's not the correct menu button. There's like 5 of them in this game. So, it is currently 6 p.m. going on 7. At 7 p.m. is dinner, which I realized at some point since yesterday. Which is exciting
the second runner-up in the Miss
to me
Global
because
pageant.
those are cutscenes, and those have been some of the more interesting occurrences in the game.
That's Servine. It's gotta be.
So the premise of this game is this. We are...
It's past Max in a time-traveling elevator.
Declan Ward, I think is our name. We were hired by an anonymous person.
6 letters.
Hey, Demolition, remember yesterday when I asked you to wait until I was done doing the recap? Do you remember that? Were you here for that? I mean, I did address you directly. I'm gonna ask slightly more passive-aggressively, just because, I'm having trouble focusing. So, we were hired to determine the fate of one Evelyn Dean, a woman who was attending Blake Manor for a fancy seance where a bunch of alleged magic practitioners were going to attend in the Irish countryside. She disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Many people had assumed that she just left, but at the same time, once we got here, many people we talked to couldn't remember the last time they saw her, but assumed she was still here. There was like some mysterious force cloaking any memory of her. It was really strange. So our goal is to figure out what happened to her, and if we find her alive, we get bonus money, which is neato. But what the mystery sort of entails is that there's like 20 or so people in this manor. Evelyn Dean is missing. We're trying to like figure out what happened, so we've been like investigating people individually, which has sort of led us to figure out their intentions for coming here, try to resolve. Some of them had sort of like unscrupulous motives, multiple of them wanting to do bad things to Miss Dean in particular, but as far as we can tell, none of those people have actually done it. They just sort of started planning it, and then she disappeared, and then they like couldn't make progress anymore. So we've reached a point where like we're a good way towards like understanding like something that led up to her disappearance, but like we're missing some critical piece of evidence that I don't know what it is or where to find it. We're also trying to help a voodoo practitioner put his dead friend to rest in the hedge maze outside is a thing that's going on. Also, there's a woman who came here from Egypt to find an Egyptian artifact that was stolen, and it's cursed, and it's making her act weird, and now she's tasked us with trying to find and destroy it so it doesn't mess with people anymore. One other thing that's sort of ongoing is that there is some shared dream between all the people who are here, and the longer they stay here, the more like dramatic it gets. And we like managed to like suss out some techniques for practicing lucid dreaming so that we could have some control over the dream. And we had like a vision of Evelyn Dean during yesterday's stream where she just said like ominous things about how everything leads to the seance, and then like an evil spirit behind her said like threatening things, and then we like woke up and found that the dream had the ability to like impact reality in at least limited ways. And that's kind of where we're at. I know that's not conclusive, but that's kind of the way progression in this game works. Is there's some mysteries to solve, but it's like rarely clear who you should be talking to or where you can find information, etc. But at this point, we're on the verge of 7 o'clock. We should have dinner. I don't know that that will do anything like particularly important, but that should advance us a good amount of the way towards 8 p.m. So if we advance like an hour and a half of in-game time, that means that tonight we should also hit the Masked Ball, a dance that has been talked about relatively little, and I genuinely don't know what kind of nonsense to expect from it. But I'm hoping that there's at least like one good lead that comes out of it. I'll probably be disappointed, but that's what I'm hoping for. East Corridors. Why is it going to be at the East Corridors? So there's going to be a meeting between two people in the next hour, which is another thing I can like spend time investigating. Other than that, I don't know. I think I'm just going to burn through to 7 p.m. Oh, whoa, hold on.
Father Sinnott, are you lost?
Yes.
Oh, no, okay. I thought, for some reason, my recollection was when I tried to approach him yesterday, he was saying that automatically, and I didn't have the talk option. Because I wanted to come here and use the talk option and, like, ask him what he was doing here. But that's apparently not possible. You could just talk to him and he's like, I'm lost, but I'm actually just going to stand here staring at this hole in the ground for peeing. Yeah, so I'm going to check the soap, because I think that's a funny thing to do. Lavender soap. Now it's 7 p.m., which means I can go to dinner, or actually I'm standing in the changing room. What a perfect time to be here, I guess. So I think I'm in the ladies' changing room, but if I go across the hall to the gents' changing room, I can see
President of the Japanese Nizid Laws
that
branch,
secret meeting.
Tokiko Shigure.
That's odd. Am I not in the gents?
He is only known among detectives as Number 1.
Apparently they're scripted to enter this. Hey, Demolition found the only other one that I couldn't remember triggering on stream. Grantham Demet. It only took you, gosh, how much is that? Like 400,000 plus, like, probably like 2 extra thousand tonight or something? And yes, somebody is coming.
Now, what was the blasted code again?
How do you know about this place?
Miss Dean showed me. She's a wonder at finding hidden places.
I wonder if this plays out differently if I have to approach this from the other side. Like, I just happened to come here and, like, save my game in the other changing room. But, like, this seems like a very missable scripted thing.
Do you still love her?
Did we know that? I mean, we knew that there was, like, some existing relationship between O'Mara and Evelyn Dean, but I don't think we knew that they had, like, an actual romantic relationship.
Is that relevant?
No, I suppose it's not. And you are willing, then, to marry?
Aha! I have it. Best we discuss further inside. Now, explain this to me. We marry, but it's actually you, Victoria, and I that...
You, Victoria, and I will jump out of the rabbit. The reason I laugh so much at that is, like, this feels like the level of spatial awareness that the characters in Escape: Puzzle of Fear had when they, like, woke up in that final room. It's just sort of like, maybe my girlfriend's still alive. Parentheses, she's literally on the ground dead, visible from where he's standing.
Sir, no, it's not.
Oh, they noticed me. Nope, she actually just decided she had to leave. Or maybe she left because I was here?
Blasted timing on you, sir. I was onto a good thing there.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you because I was here the whole time.
What on earth has you loitering around here anyway? I don't have time for your answer. I should go after her. Ivy! Hold on a moment!
Evidence the fight. Now, does that change anything? Don't think so. Man, I haven't gotten a clue to the... There are 9 possible facts you can learn about the culprit. I have 3 of them. I am almost halfway through the game, despite being, like, over the estimated duration of finishing this game. Zacula says, this guy totally ruined my shot. Quote, man who never had a shot. I mean, you're real for that one. I guess that's just the thing that I can ask those 2 characters about. I mean, like so many other things in this game, that didn't end up being as useful or actionable as I had hoped. But there is some point of interest in him having romantic feelings for Evelyn Dean. Does that mean that he was the guy who was shouting at her? It feels very likely to me that that's true. There's so little, like, relevant information about Mr. Scarrett, who's, like, really the only other reasonable suspect for that, like, I just don't think that's terribly likely. Okay, not much change here since the last hour. I'm kind of just loitering at the bar.
Sakura Asahi? So Tsujima.
It's not the button I want.
Dick Peacock.
Oh, the dining room. That has...
George
Father
Clooney.
Sinnoh. And... Thea and the Seance lady.
man.
Let's go to the lobby and figure out who is where at the lobby in case I need that information. When does Jimmy Dean show up with a buffet of breakfast sausages? At breakfast promptly at like
Rubber Man,
10 a.m.
was it?
tomorrow or whatever. No, 9 a.m., right?
That's Ms. Demon Mama Bosco to you.
7 p.m., so I
That's
assume lunch
Ms.
is soon.
Demon Mama Bosco to you.
Yeah, I think lunch is very soon.
Mr. Featherly.
Anyone in the luggage room?
A Miss Greta Grunwald of Cologne.
Oh, that's fun. You got 2 Mr. Featherly quotes back to back. I think there's 3 in there? Maybe 4. I think it's 3.
He is only known among detectives as number 1.
President of the Japanese Knives at Laws branch, Tokiko Shigure.
More like Boris Crinkle.
A lot of people hanging out at front of house. I guess we're meant to believe... I guess it's meant to be implied that a bunch of people are at
Kathy
dinner.
Rain.
But that's not how dinner works.
Wow, a crazy evil ventriloquist dummy.
3 syllables, 6 letters. Kodaka.
It's genuinely
Is it
like
Kanaiza?
less haunted out here like at night than it was in like the midday when like the sky had like visible like swirling wind and stuff. Like it looked really scary and now it's just like dark and it's like that's fine. Dark's fine. The problem is like we're at a point in the game where like I don't really like know who I would talk like I do need to figure out like who can help me deal with the ghost of Mr. Dupre's friend or whatever. I'll listen at the vent. Okay. I feel like there's a lot of vents to listen at. Well, Zachary said he started playing Baldur's Gate 3 again. I didn't realize you had too much time. I guess you said you got caught up on One Piece and needed something to do. That'll fill a roughly equivalent amount of time, right? We got Tempest Cleric and Storm Sorcerer multi-class. That sounds fun. Eavesdrop.
But I thought you didn't believe in the whole idea. Ghosts, mystics. Aren't you out for us and all our dealings?
Au contraire, I'm quite the believer. I think you would agree that disproving all this would be quite the task, huh? I am skeptical. Of this, you're correct. I concern myself with the falsified cases, which I believe to be the majority of cases. But to deny it all, especially in a place such as this...
Did he say especially?
Impossible.
That is not what I want to hear. I was hoping for assurances that it was all smoke and mirrors, as they say.
Okay, so I am led to believe that this is meant to be observed before you do the exorcism on her husband, right? Because this is the lady whose husband we trapped in a ring with the help of Mr. Dupre. So, like, I feel like she's saying, like, I want to believe that ghosts aren't real so that my husband isn't actually haunting me. But, like, she shouldn't be that upset because we proved it's real, but we also stopped her husband from haunting her.
I could have sworn there was someone in my room last night when I was almost asleep. But not the staff, even. Some little boy.
No, just kidding. There's, like, the ghost of a child. I guess that's upsetting, too. Psycho says, how could literally anyone be skeptical of the supernatural in a place like this? Great question.
Something about mold in the walls, making my brain rot to the point of hallucination.
Yeah, I could tell him
Would
welcome
a
to the stream.
rotten be of more comfort?
You missed me reviewing 3 different escape room themed horror movies at the start of the stream, if you ever want to watch that on VOD.
He was a very creepy child.
Psycho says, it is way too possible to sequence break this game. The problem is that, like, the game is, like, designed to be sequence broken. Like, that's sort of the whole point of this level of, like, openness to how the narrative develops. Can I go over here and interact with Chalkboard? It's like one thing I didn't do in this room that's relatively unique. Is it someone's birthday today? Psycho says, yeah, but then they wrote the scenes in a way where it doesn't make sense if you've sequence broken it. That's true. That's a fair point because, like, you know, a game like Baldur's Gate, you can, like, technically sequence break, but, like, it is so carefully written
Maximus Optimus,
that, like, it changes the dialogue or, like, the circumstances of that interaction if you do it in the wrong order. Whereas a game that's trying to do something that's a little outside its grasp, like this game seems like it's doing, you know, like then it's just sort of like this woman is like super afraid of ghosts, even though we resolved her ghost problem.
Mimiga, was it?
Kim Kitsuragi. Amame Doi. She works at Sunfish Pocket.
Apparently this game was the 10th highest rated game for 2025 on Metacritic. Really?
Leonard
That's
Space
interesting to
Drummer,
me,
huh?
mainly because this is a game that, like, requires... It feels to me like it requires, like, a staggering amount of attention and patience that I don't think the average gamer is, like, interested in investing into their game experience.
Was it a mochi?
Honestly, I think we should just do dinner now, and we'll figure out what else to do after, I guess. Based on critic ratings. Oh, interesting. Okay. And so not...
It's past
not
maximum
necessarily
time traveling
factoring
elevator.
popularity. Oh, no. It's the other hall that has the same door at dinner.
It's the cow we've been raising here in the apartment with a lampshade on its head.
I'm going to save before dinner because I didn't do that last time. At lunch. Not at midday dinner. Although, knowing this place, that is probably an option too.
Hello again, sir. You here for the meal? Certainly, sir.
7:02. Prime lunchtime.
I understand the concern, Signorina. I do... Oh, but Mr. Ward, would you like to join us?
Is anyone else creeped out by the fact that it doesn't look like Father Sinnoh is, like, sitting with them? It looks like he's haunting them.
We were just talking about, well, whether this seance is such a good idea. You're welcome to join us if you'd like.
Well, by failing this game multiple times in several unique ways, I can tell you with some certainty that most people will die if you do the survey. It's like it says, I'm more creeped out at how he's literally a dead, rotting corpse walking around. I mean, that seems a little reductive, but entirely accurate and fully upsetting.
I'd be delighted to. Is there doubt about the seance?
Aren't we all on the same page that it's super cursed and bad?
See, Signorina Callaghan has concerns about it taking place.
If you ask me, Mr. Ward, there's nothing good to come of this. Best to leave these lands be. They're unsettled enough already.
What just happened? Why? How did we do that? How did we get a hypothesis about Thea in the middle of dinner? How is that possible?
I could say, amica mia, that it's only one spirit. One among many, apprehended for less than an hour.
Is just one spiteful ghost.
Were it to cause much trouble, I would not do it.
But you haven't done it, so you don't know if it will cause trouble. What if you choose, like, the worst single spirit? Katane says, if you lose the game, do you start with all of your knowledge unlocked like a roguelike? I mean, from my experience, I've, like, lost the game, like, 5 times, and it just tells you to load. Like, what happens when you get the game over, it's, like, mostly a black screen that says something like, you failed, and then, like, explains what you did to get, like, kicked out of the manor or whatever. But then it says something like, you know, X number of people died, and, like, basically, it's, like, the number of people total minus however many people you've convinced not to go to the seance. Which, like, by default, you get, like, 2 people not to go to the seance by completing the tutorial. I'm at a whopping total of 3.
This is, of course, a lie. How can I say it is safe when
That's
it has
that's
not
what I
been
said.
done
That's literally
before?
what I said.
Of course I would risk this. And the Marquess, he sees value in that risk too.
Marquess is like not a real title. I refuse to believe it.
I'm not sure the Marquis knows what's good for him.
And she pronounced it different. It's the Marquis. I think I'm probably better off asking about Miss... No, hang on. I mean, if I could resolve Miss Mantovani's, like, life story, that would presumably, like, cancel the seance, right? That's kind of how this goes. I don't know if it's completely uniform. But, like, every time that we've, like, figured out what someone's, like, motive for being here was, and then, like, addressed it in some direct fashion by confronting them with that knowledge and doing something for or to them, then, like, afterwards they're like, I guess I don't have to go to a seance after all. Also, we're clearly on the verge of doing that with Fia because that popped up immediately after starting dinner. So I think I'm better off asking about Miss Mantovani, even if that reasoning is flawed. I think it's more important to get more information about Miss Mantovani, simply because I think I can sort the other character out with what I have.
Am I right to assume that Marquez Blake invited you here himself?
Zagula asks a very reasonable question. Is a player character like a real cop with actual authority, or some guy who is hired to investigate? I don't remember the game being explicit about it, which makes me think some guy. Not totally sure, but my impression is some guy.
Yes. He contacted me directly and insisted I host his seance. He said he had heard of my ability and could settle for no less. How could I refuse that, senor?
I mean, if we're being real, we know that your motivation is the money and that you think that the seance will kill you.
Or are you the only invited guest?
Senor, you offend me. I am the main event, no? Am I not enough for you?
Couldn't even animate flapping mouths. I don't know how many people worked on this. When I've died, I haven't gotten credits. Like, clearly it's an indie game that's trying to do a lot, but, like, yeah. I think there are times that they do, but it's not consistent. I mean, animating blinking is, like, way easier to do than, like, mouth flaps, like, for sure.
I got no invite.
Zacula says, it's crazy that neither of these ladies are addressing the corpse right there. I mean, like, it's weird that he's, like, present if he's not part of this. Like, he could just not be in the scene if I'm only supposed to be talking to the ladies. It reads like either, like, a rendering error or that he's actually haunting us.
And now, I understand why.
Uh-oh, claws out. They're gonna fight. Nope, just kidding. Dinner ended abruptly. Okay. Well, I kind of want to say that that accomplished nothing, but it didn't. It got me a hypothesis. Fear Callaghan's goal is to protect the land to... No, it's probably bless the land. Huh? No, well, escape the seance's aftermath? No. To protect the land from the seance's aftermath. She wants to Bless the land? Divine the well? Maybe it's divine the well. She's doing a bunch of scrying, right? There's no penalty for getting this wrong. I'm just not like 100% sure what they're going for here. Divine the future. Bless the well. Bless the well? She wants to bless the well. It is. It's true. It is heavily implied that I ate
the
dinner.
region decimated. So she is trying to protect the sacred waters to stop that from happening. I should find and confront her about this.
I should tell her not to protect the land from the curse of a ghost. But yeah, I mean, it does feel extraordinarily weird that Father Sinnoh was at dinner. Oh! Another Miss Hisham's vase drawing. She seems to misplace them near the basement entrances. Darn, it's not randomly unlocked.
His name is Vivia
Was Bless the Well
Twilight.
correct? Yes. Actually, I think I can check exactly what it said.
elder gods.
Yes, her goal is to bless the well to protect the land from the seance's aftermath.
Saito Sajima.
It's the most
Congressman
cumbersome
Sajima's
phrasing of
son.
one of those so far. Where do I think... I guess I assume she went to the well, right? So I probably should go to there.
It's the cow we've been raising here in the apartment with a lampshade on its head.
No, she is in the dining room, so I can't interact with her.
Patton Oswald?
That's not how stuff works. So... there's not very many people I can talk to. And I haven't gotten new keys in a long time. So, like... I don't
It's past
know
Max in a
about-
time-traveling elevator.
Should probably go to...
Look at all this trash.
Grand Imperial Warlord Maximus Optimus, keeper of the Seven
I'm gonna raid
Keys.
someone's room, which I haven't done in a while. Did we do Mr. Scarrett?
The fantastic fighting DT man.
George Clooney.
I'm gonna do Miss Barbossa's room. Well, I kind of feel like if I haven't done Mr. Scarrett, I should.
The fantastic fighting DT man.
Oh, actually, let me check all the hallways up here to make sure
Take
that like,
Peacock.
characters haven't spawned in them. Yeah, time to touch shoes. That's what the kids say these days, right?
Fighting DT man.
It says he's triggered literally everything but the one he
The
wants.
Lord High Salmon
I
Mac,
think that's
maker
true.
of worlds and breather of
It's
life.
past Max in a time-traveling elevator. Shambling
Jakey.
corporate presence.
Oh, actually, I don't think... Did we get Shambling Corporate Presence sometime
Leonardo
yesterday?
da Vinci.
I mean, literally probably, but did we actually? Someone has to go watch the
supervillain
VOD
in
to figure
town
it out.
called the Banker.
You're Kathy. Kathy Rain.
Zaka said it'd be really funny if I lied about implementing it.
The one
What's funny
sitting
is
over
you're
there
not,
is Halara Nightmare.
you're not the first person to suggest that, but I mean, unless something didn't take, I took all the steps to put it in there.
Shall we sculpt some flesh friends then?
Could check that with minimal effort. I think I can do that.
Grand Imperial Warlord Maximus Optimus, keeper of the Seven Keys.
The thing is, like, technically, I
Sakura
can, like...
Asahi?
Beep.
The origami killer.
Press, press,
What
press.
do I call it? Yeah, I see it there. I mean, I could hit test on it to test it, but that feels disingenuous. Touching shoes and sculpting flesh friends. How dreadful. I don't know what you mean, Zach. It's
Anyway.
Saturday night.
Beep.
What would you be doing?
Shall we sculpt some flesh friends then?
I'll say this as a sort of hypothetical. This wouldn't get done for a long time. I had thought about making like a similar thing to name game as like suggestion of like thing to do. Like we get stuck in a game, it's like, gosh, what should we do? And then
The
it'd be
new
stuff like
Cyclops killer.
sculpt some flesh friends or, you know, stuff like
Patton
that.
Oswalt?
I have a short list, like a much shorter list than the list of names from Sam and Max of like stuff I could pull for that. I'm not sure if that's as useful or interesting or if it appeals.
A new supervillain in town called the Banker.
The Internet Wizard!
That's Ms. Demon Mama Bosco to you.
That's Servine. It's gotta be.
It's not Servine. I don't know what's convinced
Dick
you of
Peacock.
that being true.
The culprit is known as Terror.
Whatever.
More like Boris
Over
Crinkle.
to Miss Barbosa.
Number 89. The original
Wait, do I
Cyclops
actually know
killer.
where she is? It's like the one time of day she's in here.
reptilian.
Shoko Nadami.
I maintain it's like shockingly easy to get into
Was
people's
it
rooms in this
Emoji?
game without consequence.
It's the cow we've been raising here in the apartment with a lampshade on its head.
Considering says he
A new
thinks he hasn't
supervillain in
heard
town called the Banker.
Demon Mama Bosco
Dick
before,
Peacock.
which Sarah said like a week ago, and has
Tessa,
triggered like 6
also known
times
as
since
ASAP.
yesterday.
3 syllables, 6 letters.
I'm
Konami
pretty sure
Doi.
it had triggered
She works at
before, but
Sunfish
not
Pocket.
frequently.
More like
Miss Barbosa's
Boris
schedule.
Crinkle.
Where is she
Makoto
then?
Kagutsuchi.
Saito Sajima. Congressman Sajima's son.
That's Nicholas St. Kringle, the well-known toy tycoon.
And the second runner-up in the Miss Teen Oklahoma pageant.
Does Miss Barbosa not have plans? Oh, she only has plans for tomorrow. Going to the stable. Chest of drawers, it's clothes. Clothes are dumb. I think there's any. She doesn't have a lot of stuff, huh? Important book? No, unimportant book. Shoes. Medium boot. God dang it. I need more clues about what the culprit is like. Ah, finally, a document.
Did somebody say birthday?
Did I already do Miss Barbosa? I didn't think I did.
Ole!
It's definitely possible you haven't heard it before, but I do think it had played. I mean, it certainly played yesterday, but that, you know, doesn't. No, I did check her room. Okay, then let's leave this terrible place.
And the second runner-up in the Miss Teen Oklahoma
What am I
pageant.
confusing her with?
It's Philo Pennyworth.
I think I already did his.
More
room,
like
too.
Boris Crinkle.
If that's true, I think I may have
Leonard
done
Steak
all of the
Charmer,
rooms
huh?
I can go to.
Skinny McKitty!
Amame Doi. She works at Sunfish Pocket.
He is only known among detectives as Number 1.
I believe the closest creature you have on your planet is called a platypus.
His real name is Yoneharu Enda. He's a comedian.
No, I did check his room because he has the whole. Yeah, he's got the combination like.
The one sitting over there is Halara Nightmare.
I'm really like. I think I'm like. I might. It's possible I'm out of things to do until the ball. Really. Once I can figure out who I'm supposed to ask to like help with Dupre's weird ritual. Like, I don't think I need information about Hisham or Darcy. I think I've probably done both their rooms anyway. Quinn I did early on, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I could try to go back to Evelyn Dean's room and like do that puzzle document, but like the thing in the records kind of suggests that that's not what I should be doing. Do I know where any of these folks are? Map. in the dining room. None in the drawing room. I think because they have the clandestine meeting during this hour, I probably can't find them. Let me run out to the garden real quick, I guess. Weird rituals? That's up my alley. Interesting, Jakey. I mean, our current ritual is that we're trying to send a dead lady who looks exactly like Evelyn Dean to her final rest. She is currently a ghost in the courtyard outside, which it's like a whole like Vampire Diaries vibe of like different person but looks exactly the same.
Hello again, my friend.
No, it's not the thing I want. I want him to. Came across a ghost I suspect you have ties to at the fire pit. Alright, that's just supposed to, like, provoke him.
Not at all, Mr. Ward.
I don't suppose that you're a stand-in for whatever weird spirit. Doesn't look like it. You seen a woman at the fire pit? Got a glimpse of something, alright. Only recently. This man Tavani's spending a lot of time out there tuning the site or something. Maybe you should talk to her.
Huh.
I can't. She's at dinner, even though I went to dinner with her. So she's still out there, and I can't do anything with her until I get into the basement. I would absolutely love to get the basement keys. I think that my assumption is you only get the basement keys via something that happens on day 2 or at like the very end of day 1. Like, I don't think you're supposed to be able to do that. No one in the maze? That's curious. Now let's keep in mind that I do have like an open-ended mystery sort of thing of like maybe there's like a portal to Tir na Nog here on the grounds. I guess the implication is that like everyone went to dinner and no one's outside. I honestly think I might have to use an hourglass. I'm not sure that there's like a reasonable enough concentration of like ways to waste time at this point. I mean, I could find a couple people and just ask them a bunch of random stuff, I guess, which could yield something, but like thank you for the 100 bits demolition, and no thanks to Zagula from asking from Shadowrun for the 3rd time when I mentioned Tir na Nog. Ask everyone about Gnosticism. That's not how this game works. I can ask like 2 people about Gnosticism. Look at Ghost.
I'll figure this out. I promise.
Don't make a promise I'm not sure I can bother to keep. Look at Ern. He needs them for the ritual, but he's kind of just like left them here where anything could happen to them. Laura's fire pit. What a great use of a minute. Luckily, I'm trying to burn them now. Can you do a 3rd channel called Vasco de Bears, just talking about the Chicago Bears nonstop? No. I don't think I can. I don't think I'm physically capable of that. My mom had asked me in extremely good faith if I could like become some kind of resource to like explain something to people. We were having a discussion about like a game I've had interest in the past that I was sort of like, I'm not really happy with where it's at, and I would like change the direction of it or something, and she was just sort of like, well, maybe you could like tell the world about the Can't Eat More, and I'm like, I mean, I could do that, but then I would have to invest a lot of time getting good at something I don't like in order to explain to people like what the deal is. And I think we're talking about a similar situation here, where it's like, arguably I could devote time to that, but I'm like a horrible resource for that. I would not be a good pick. Cyclist says, I thought you were suggesting Vasco would go through Grindr and review profiles of bears. That is an odd thing to assume. Mr. says, getting good at something you don't like and not getting paid or some other benefit is not fun. Yes, that is why I reacted probably a little bit badly when I was just sort of like, I mean, technically I could, but if we're being real, that sounds awful. Like, that sounds like maybe the worst use of my time would be that. Hold on, wait. When you interact with the hourglass, does it literally waste one time unit at a time? That's... I guess that's what you want. No. What you want is like the wait mechanic from Skyrim. You would not want to like say to advance to 8 p.m. You wouldn't want to press wait 32 distinct times. You would want to click it once and then be like, wait how long? And that might be how it works, but that's not how it presents itself. Is there anyone available to talk to that's worth talking to? I'll burn some time at the bar. I'll just like throw out some random conversation subjects in case I like get like a random hit on something that might be useful. Just because it's technically better than like wasting time, but like I think I'm basically ready for 8. Like I don't think I have access to any additional rooms that I can learn anything worthwhile from. Like, I am a little unclear as to whether I'm supposed to be able to solve that puzzle in Evelyn Dean's room, but the game kind of suggests no. Also weird that, like, I found that, like, the thing the game calls the treasure hunt, I found that, like, weird secret book with, like, 2 runes written in it, and that hasn't been, like, even a little bit useful.
We meet again.
Alright. I'm gonna ask this guy about so much crap. I'm gonna ask this guy about the thing. Pagan drivel. Absolute nonsense that only the weak of mind would buy into. Glad he keeps an open... Oh, tell me your life story. I plan to attend a few talks today, namely Miss Mantovani and the Marquess. I'm gonna drink at the bar at 6 before the ball at 9. Tomorrow, if I get enough sleep... if a reverend coming for a service at 11 a.m. in the graveyard church. Ah, so that's when we'll have access, at 11 a.m. Somewhat of a way to atone for the night before. Then I intend to rest up in the bar until the silent dinner, whatever that nonsense is. One last meal before we all get eaten by ghosts. Tell me your thoughts on the seance. It's a remarkable idea, isn't it? Not just to commune indirectly with a ghost, as many have, but to compel it to answer directly itself. Think of what we could learn. All the questions about the afterlife answered. Well, I mean, the thing is, if you believe that people can channel ghosts, then it's not a significant difference. It would only prove it to naysayers. That doesn't change your belief in it. Of course, I get further, no doubt, with a willing participant, but it all depends on what spirits are in the area when the ritual happens. Jiggy says this game is kind of vague. It is. It's actually really vague. Is the silent dinner exactly what it sounds like? I think so, yes. It says, ironic nickname, actually Raging Party. Sure, there's no end to the things fettered to this plane. Sure, whatever. I'm gonna ask this guy about Evelyn Dean. Know her? Yes, I know her. Our paths have become intertwined. I shan't say another word on the matter. I've already said too much. That's weird.
Good day.
I'm actually sure he has anything else. I could ask him about, like, his cigar burns or whatever. Druid. Everyone loves Druid.
And you're back.
Hey, tell me about Chimney Charm. No need to be so vague. You found it in someone's room. Don't worry, I'll pry no further. It's a binding charm. Stops the target from having any magical effect on someone else. Only works if it stays close to the person it's targeting. Okay. No point asking about the bridge game, even though I'm always tempted. Tell me your whole life story. There's a big party later. We'll go to that. Fancy dress, I reckon that means they'll dress like me and I'll dress like them, no? I'm told there's proper history, good history in the garden, so I'll go there while it's bright and head off to the bar while it's dark. Wander the hedge maze after lunchtime, I think, and go to get a gator in the bar before the dinner bell. Not sure what else there is to do. I'm told there are talks, but talking, to me, is a two-way thing, not sitting down so someone can tell you about their hobbies. Yee. This guy would hate Twitch. And for Sunday? Who knows? Tomorrow's too far away to be worth thinking about. There's the seance anyway. Could spend some time getting on Fia's nerves, though. That's always fun. She said she'd be doing some work with the well after lunch. Might stick my face in it and see how she's getting on. What a guy. What a man. Tell me about the goddess Bird. Sorry, Brid. Her father was the chieftain of the Tuatha De Danann. She's a powerful and versatile god. I like how I feel like he's describing a car more than he is like a god. Her realm is up in Faughart by Dundalk. A modest shrine, but then I think that's how she'd like it. How about the goddess Anne Morrigan, which isn't how you would conjugate that. Can you tell me anything about the Morrigan? I couldn't. Not with all these crows about to report it back to her. You know what? Respect. Tell me about the goddess Anne Kalich? And Kalich? If you had no more on that now. Did you know Kalich means hag? Sort of a thing we both respect and revile. I'm going to ask you about Evelyn Dean. Who? I haven't met anyone with that name yet. Okay. I don't think there's anything else that I want to ask him about. No, I'll ask him about the washerwoman, because that seems to be like a Celtic mythology thing, and he's one of my sources on that. You can literally ask him about all these things. Oh my god, Cotillion, yeah, this is one of the most vexing things about this game, is that, like, your inventory of things you can ask individual characters is, like, staggering. It does make a point of being like, you can only ask certain characters about certain things. Like, a lot of these, like, Celtic lore things are specific to, like, a handful of characters. But stuff like the bridge game, I can ask literally everyone. And, like, everyone has their own set of, like, unique, observable characteristics I can ask them about. And then there's common stuff like their opinions on the seance and the timetable. Or literally just any other character in the game. Yeah, all of that. All of that. You can ask about all of that. And I mentioned at some point yesterday that I think the inventory management in this game, as a result of all of this, is kind of awful. And apparently not everyone agrees with me. But to those people, I say, play it. Just play it. Last night, as I arrived, I saw a woman washing clothes in the fountain. I knew there'd be death here. You saw a bean nigh, lad. Spells trouble. Of the life-ending type. She's a portent, you see, an omen. One that means death and grief have come to your house. Either that or your trousers are soiled. Somebody will die here this weekend. Possibly more than one. Certainly no less. I've just decided I should be asking people about... Is the Marquess not ask-outable? Ask-aboutable? I think that's true. Let me start asking people about Walter Blake. Isn't he meant to be 9 or 10? Who are you calling the child master? You under a spell or something? No, but that does remind me that there is a guy who's, like, clearly hypnotized here. You ask him about the ghost lady? Nah, I can only ask, like 3 people about it. People have, like, kind of a direct or indirect connection to the person who is a ghost lady. Sure, ask him about strange occurrences. I'm trying to burn time. You witnessed any strange occurrences? There's whispering coming from my fireplace. Is that strange? Probably the old chimneys, but it sounds like it's asking, home?
No, I should go. Only do some.
Alright, enjoy darts or whatever. Here, buddy.
Mr. Ward.
Dr. Callaghan, m'lady. Let's ask him about the Séance Aftermath. Something I can't ask her about yet for reasons. Rand thinks the Séance could be dangerous. She doesn't think that, Mr. Ward. She knows it. They intend to unravel the order of the universe. Now, I am all for progress myself, but there's no scientific method, nor rigorous tests. I was like, there's no scientific method going into this Séance, so obviously it'll destroy the world. Some good intentions and a lot of people to be caught in the crossfire if things go wrong. I'll ask him about laudanum because he's a doctor. I saw Mr. O'Mara taking some laudanum. Not a small amount, too. Is there a danger in that, Doctor? Of course, but I worry more about why he's taking it at that volume. Some people get a dependency for this stuff, it's true, but he is using it to mask the pain of his various foolhardy risks. Whoa. Wait, that actually did something useful. Riding accident here, a beating in an alleyway there. People talk, and it seems this poor young man has something of a death wish. That's not new information, though! If the game was waiting on me to have a character tell me that, like, he has, like, his own journal talking about how he's trying to have near-death experiences to meet his own guardian angel. Like, that's so annoying if the game was, like, waiting on that. Is that the reason why I'm stuck, is the game is, like, bad at flagging information?
Be well.
Hold on, I'm gonna divine that guy's life story, if I remember where all the menus are. Mr. O'Meara. She says, I had an old boyfriend that used to call me his laudanum. Parentheses complimentary or parentheses insulting? His response is merely, I wish more people learned how to flirt with goth girl. Alright, well there's your answer, I think. Cathal O'Mara's goal is to... summon an angel and trap it so that he can... stop risking his life. I gotta tell you, there are easier ways to do that, buddy. What a stupid clue. Life to see it. You life to see it.
Mr. O'Mara wants to trap an angel. I should find and confront him about this.
Is there more stuff I wanted to talk to you about?
Mr. Ward.
Yeah, let me ask about the photograph of Miss Dean. Of course I recognize the photo. I took it maybe a week ago. Evelyn must have dropped it. You should return it to her. You know what? I'll do that if I solve the mystery. Let me ask about Bean Drowy duties. My aunt's duties are somewhere between being a priest... Oh no, these are his duties, not hers. Somewhere between being a priest and a doctor. Some faith work, some healing. Really, it's helping people in whatever way they need. Of course, there's less need now. The old ways die more each year, and doctors are still commonplace. Still, everyone needs a trusted friend. In many ways, that's the real core of the work. Ooh, let me ask him about all these stupid... Can you tell me much about the Morrigan? The Phantom Queen. Look, Mr. Ward, it's important to note that we have 3 sources for all this. The writings of the Catholic monks, so an agenda has to be acknowledged there. The second are followers who believe to have had encounters with entities in question, those with an agenda. And the third are pure fiction, entertainment inspired by the first two sources. But the problem is that they all become intertwined, and all are as true and as false as one another. So take everything you hear with that in mind. So the Morrigan, a powerful goddess and war witch who can strike fear into the hearts of her foes and bolster the courage of those on her side. So she's a bard. Many a war was won or lost based on her favor. And that's how she is often painted, a war goddess. But she's more than that, a triple goddess. So when all aspects are viewed together, a softer image comes up, a protector goddess. A fierce one, but a protector nonetheless. A trifling goddess, but a goddess nonetheless. So Gila says that deduction was find and confront him worthy. The other stuff was like murder plans and stuff. But yeah, let's confront this guy about summoning an angel. Well, okay, like I was saying before, although I may not have explained it well, like I think the idea behind all of the confronts is that you're just like trying to like convince people that they shouldn't go to the seance so that they like leave and don't die. So, like, if we convince him that there's, like, a different way to deal with his weird problem, then maybe we'll just be like, you're right. I shouldn't keep taking liquid opium and trying to die. I should do, like, basically any other thing I can think of. You know anything about Tir na Nog? I'll assume that you know it's the old Irish afterlife as such, or, since you are a Catholic, our version of heaven. I say our as Irish people, but also this is what I believe in. So do take what I say with a grain of salt. There are many things that separate it from heaven, of course. I think the most significant is accessibility. Catholics have to die to get into heaven, but we pagans can find a way to the other world by less final means. Not a truly physical place, of course, and defies physical rules. You can access it via the sea or via passageways on the land. Once mankind learns to fly, and mark my words, we will! Mark my words. We may find gateways up there, too. I can't recall quite which, but some faiths took the idea of heaven is up there very literally, crossover between birds and angels, etc. I have even experimented with entering it via the dream space, but I digress. To be clear, I am not talking mythologically here. Yes, there are stories of that. Wait, I know this one. That one's pronounced Roshin, right? I know this one because it's the name of a commander that I play in the Celtic folklore-inspired thing, and I had a conversation with my friend who lived in Ireland, and he told me that that is how they pronounce it. Or that how they write it. There's stories of young Roshin, the Fianna, who went and came back hundreds of years later, of course. But we, you and I, could hop on horses and get to a passageway by day's end, and it would need to be by day's end for they're stronger at night. Or if Fia is right and there's a place of power, and this is a place of power, then we could remove the need for horses entirely. Gotten close to the threshold to the other world a few times as part of my training. But going there and coming back is not the same thing, so I've only gotten close. That was enough for me. This guy has really long-winded answers about these things. Can you tell me about the Kalich? And Kalich, or as she's sometimes unfavorably called, the Winter Hag. Same. Her time is upon us. She rules from Samhain to Beltane. Samhain, commonly known as Halloween. Beltane is May 1st and is ruled over by Brid. She ushers in the cold, the dark, the wet. She guides the old and sick to the other world in that time. Then, come May, she is gone again to rest. Neat. Tell me about Goibnu, the Smith guy, who I think kidnapped what's-her-face, Evelyn Dean. Does the name Goibnu mean anything to you? Didn't realize we were playing Contradiction. Certainly, he's one of Ireland's old gods. People focus on his smithing, but he was also the hospitaller of the Tuatha De Danann. What a normal sentence. It's said one of his meals could protect you from sickness and decay. An apple a day keeps decay away. That he brewed an ale that would grant immortality to any who drank it. Along with this, he was a healer of sorts. He crafted living metal limbs to bring mobility to any of the Tuatha who needed them. Tell me about the Tuatha De Danann. Literally means the folk of the goddess Danu. They are the race that preceded humanity in Ireland. While we know where they are now, or where they ended up as such, where they came from is originally is unknown. They are somewhat analogous to gods, so that is more dependent on the specific character rather than their race. Or maybe a better way to put it is that they were all godlike, but what godlike means is subjective. Tell me about the Fae. Name can refer to a few things. Generally, though, the Fae are thought to be inhabitants of the other world. It's unclear if they can cross over at will, or if they are trapped here looking for a way home. They are seen more often in the dark, rural parts of the land where the cities and towns haven't invaded the land as thoroughly. They are most real, most present on this plane at this time of year, at this time of night, localized entirely in Blake Manor. Worry for us as Miss Mantovani and co. undertake to pierce the veil. Might they see this as a way home? Hopefully not. Tell me about the goddess Brid. The goddess, let's see, a member of the Tuatha De Danann, the goddess of wisdom, healing, poetry, livestock, a number of things. She's sometimes thought to have two sisters of the same name with other domains, and sometimes they're all attributed to one Brid. You'll find her linked to Saint Brigid too. I can tell you that for free.
Giraffe.
How about an old Irish grimoire? Have you seen this book before, Doctor? No, there's some terribly strong magic in these pages, Ward. Can you tell me what the sigils mean? Oscale means to open. Done would be close or shut. Whatever those sigils close, I can't say, but they radiate power even off the page. This kind of thing I'd leave for experts. Speaking as an expert, of sorts. Tell me about the symbols on the well. That's Fia's work. I don't know. Tell me about the... do I have this guy's timetable? Where is he on the thing? Whatever, I'm gonna ask him. Glad you asked. Perhaps I can rope you into joining the talks. I'm attending all of them, you know. There's ones at 11, 3, and 5 today. I actually plan to spend much of the day in the drawing room. And my Aunt Fia is doing one at 3. You should attend. I have lunch plans with her at 1. Otherwise, I think I'll be in the bar all evening. I need to get myself ready for the ball, so to speak. As for tomorrow, I plan to get some fresh air in my lungs. Hope plenty of pictures in the stables. Interesting. The horses certainly have a fondness for staring at empty space. Oh, wait, is it haunted in there? I guess I should assume that of all places. I have to wonder if my spirit camera might capture things the eyes will not. And there's Mr. Coventry's talk at 5, and before that, of course, mine. The drawing room at 3, Mr. Ward, if you wish to attend. Then it's back to the bar for a few hours to kill some time until the main event. I think I'm
have
good
to be on my way.
talking to
Be well.
him. Psycho says, okay, see, now I'm annoyed because this game does have too many characters and doesn't have enough characters for an entire ball. I do think we'd thread that needle. I agree with you. Haven't asked this guy about the seance contract? Sure. Imagine Miss Mantovani is being quite handsomely paid. There are more people claiming to be accomplished mediums than you might think, but Mr. Blake absolutely insisted the grand seance be manned by the best of the best, and it does so happen that the best of the best require paying for their skill. Tell me about... Oh, I did ask him about Evelyn Dean. Oh, tell me about Walter Blake. Am I to believe there is a young Master Blake? It's not my place to discuss the Blake family, Mr. Ward, but Marquess Blake does have a son. You can address any further questions about him to the Marquess himself. Well, I can't because I didn't understand how the drawing room worked. Huh. I have a random thought.
Sorry.
Where's that lady? She is attached to the dining room, so I don't think I can talk to her. Not relevant.
May I be of...
The mysterious object looks a lot like a keyboard. It's a vent cover. I unscrewed it and got a note or something. I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Probably not important. Tell me about Blake Manor. Built in the mid-1600s on land awarded to Edward Blake for his part in the Cromwellian conquest of Ireland. It has been passed down through generations of the Blake family and has survived any number of tragedies. Marquess Jonathan Blake is the latest in line to hold the title, with him and his son, young Master Walter, being the last two members of the line. It was the Marquess's initiative to open the manor as a hotel in 1870 to pull the place through the difficult post-famine years. That's all I could say, though I suspect there's more information on the library. I'm going to ask him about strange occurrences and hauntings. I've been noticing strange stuff. Don't concern yourself. I suspect most occurrences are a matter of exaggerated stories among the guests. Anything else? Well, it's an old house, and no harm has ever come of its tricks. Do you happen to get reports of ghosts? If you mean to tell me you've seen some waif wandering the halls or a figure in the garden, you would not be the first. The manor seems to inspire that sort of story.
I need not, sir.
All right, it's 8 o'clock. So like it says, the game is very anime in the sense that there's an absolute ton of dialogue supposedly happening in like a minute. You're not wrong about that. Is there anything I can ask this guy that I haven't already? Like, I do not know his whole deal. It seems like he is under the thrall of Father Skeletor. Have I asked him about... Ask this guy about Father Skeletor. Have you spoken with him? No, not really. It's funny, isn't it? I don't recall bringing his bags up. Boy, I should eat something. I feel a little lightheaded. Yeah, this guy's like clearly like magically influenced. Tell me about Lady Wilhelmina Blake. You're like basically the only person I haven't asked about her. Quite the portrait they have up there. Haven't heard that story? She just ran off one day, soon after getting back from Egypt, never to be seen from again. Can't blame her. I'd say once you get a taste of the outside world, it's hard to come back to this. Alright. You know what? I might need, like, his personal observations in order to, like, diagnose him as being possessed. So let me do that. You're right, Mr. Doyle, you're shaking. Don't mind it, I just need... Maybe I'll go to the doctor later. Maybe he'll give me a little pick-me-up. You look tired. Has this event been heavy on you? Tired? Ha. Yeah, I guess you're right. Both counts. I am tired, and this event isn't helping. He's me for real. That's what my work is like. Ugh, I'm so bad at work lately. Hello, friend. Have you heard the good news about I'm aware that you're trying to kill yourself? Your goal is to summon an angel and trap it so that you can stop risking your life to see it. Do you like the punctuation? I know in Terabang is like an exclamation mark and a question mark. Is there a name for like period exclamation mark because we didn't proofread the game?
Am I so easily read? Oh dear. I'm not much for secrets, but I'd rather have some mystique.
I'd rather have some mystique too. I mean, they always get really attractive actresses to play her. What? Don't be mad at me. I thought it was fun.
Apparently that's not at all the case, as you've got me pinned. Ah, well, it's true after all. There's an angel somewhere about me. I know it. But I can only ever see it when I am, well, close to death.
I mean, he's basically already said this to our face. I don't know how this is supposed to be any kind of revelation.
If only I could speak with it. Find out what it is at once. But I never get more than a few moments. A few words.
I just don't understand what it's concerned. If he believes it's a guardian angel, you should presume it's good, right? Like, what's the concern?
But I can't continue on like this. I'm not entirely heartless. If something more permanent were to happen to me, my poor mother. So, whatever it is behind that veil of life, yes, I intend to seize the thing, to take a hold of it and get my answer. For better or worse. That's the idea, anyhow. But I cannot get to the thing, and I'm going absolutely spare trying to make it work. There's such like a UK type of expression. Like
I intuitively grasp what it means, and it's like not something I could ever imagine like saying without like intentionally trying to sound Irish or British or something.
Maybe
going
would you help me
absolutely
with
spare.
While the veil is low, I mean, and with more eyes on it, this might be my best chance. Come to my room and see if you can help. After all, your senses were sharp enough to figure me out.
Oh, and now we're just in his room?
Here, this is a Babel stone. It's used to translate Enochian, the language of angels. Do you think you can figure out how it works? It's a matter of translation, I think, for a name. The notes are here in my trunk.
Ooh, it's like a little puzzle. Hold on, before I do that.
Any joy, Mr. Ward?
I want to discuss your clandestine meeting now that we're in private. Your meeting with Miss McLeod in the changing room. Please, sir, have some decorum, will you? It was an innocent conversation that you would do well to forget, lest you drag the poor girl's reputation through the mud. Guess I'll be asking her about it then. Okay.
I'll be off.
Don't let me...
In his trunk, he says. To shreds, you say. Should probably save before I use the Babel Stone. If it were a duo stone, it would incessantly not stop talking to you, asking you for money, and showing you ads for FanDuel. Ooh, did you get FanDuel ads from that? Aw, sick. An incredibly basic puzzle. You know me so well, video game. Ooh, that one's tricky. I think it's I, right? 'Cause it's got the little down part, but not the dot. It's not more than one of the A or the O. I think it's locking them in. I think we're doing good. The half a uterus symbol, everyone's favorite. This thing, and then just the number 7. Suiboon, everyone's favorite legendary water type Pokemon. Must be the name of the angel. I should inform Mr. O'Meara that I deciphered his notes. I should inform Mr. O'Meara that that was a stupidly easy puzzle, and he should be embarrassed that he didn't do that on his own.
Any joy, Mr. Ward?
I think your angel's name is Swivna.
I just, like... You have to know that you can't expect me to read that as Swivna. And I should hope that the game understands that if they're not going to have the characters read all this Gaelic out loud, I'm going to pronounce every single word wrong.
Swivna? All right, I'll try it. You'll stay, right? You couldn't possibly leave at this stage.
Yeah, I'll charge up my J.O. crystal.
Okay, so we've drawn the trap. Now, I just say the thing's name.
Zegula says, that's how you say that? And then follows up with the, sorry, your what, Crystal? It's, I think on Game Grumps, like a long time ago, they were like reading some like Craigslist post. And it was like about like some guy wanted someone to like go over to his house and help charge up his J.O. crystal. And it's exactly what you think it is. And if you don't think you know what it is, then I'm not telling you. But just like when this guy's like, you'll stay for this like weirdly like personal, intimate thing, it's just like that's what comes to mind.
Swivna, come to me, O angel of mine.
Ah, my face.
It worked. You have been what stands on the brink of life and death, shining down on me. You are the thing that I've seen, the light. You have been what I couldn't reach. But now, I can see you. I can see you. I am sorry. I was going to trap you and keep you to myself.
I invented the world's first trapper-keeper, you see. Zacula says, I didn't think confront the guy about summoning an angel meant help the guy summon an angel. And I'm right there with you. That's not where I thought this was going, but it probably should have been, because, again, it seems like the goal of, like, solving all of these confront mysteries is to, like, deal with their supernatural business so they don't go to the seance.
To bask daily in your glory, for selfish joy.
False mystery. I am not too young to know what a trapper-keeper is. I lived through the 90s. I am familiar with Lisa Frank, prime trapper-keeper era.
But I see now. I will clean up my act.
After the
I will preserve
crystal charging, of
myself
course.
And spread your word. You have my heart and soul. I am your agent and await only your direction, my angel, my friend.
And a deep booming voice was heard. Laugh.
It is gone.
That's actually a fun question. How old do you think I am, Mystery?
I really thank you, Mr. Ward. From the bottom of my heart, I knew I could only carry on as I was for a short while longer, but I could not stop myself. I needed to see, to know, and you have helped me truly open my eyes. It's hard to explain such a revelation in oneself. I'm a different man to the one I was even 30 minutes ago. That much I know. But who I am now, that's yet unknown to me.
I don't think I know how old you are, Zacula, but I agree that we're probably pretty close.
I don't know whatever journey I've just started, but for the first time in a while, I'm thrilled by the very prospect of it.
You're 32. Just kidding. Not that close.
I believe Swivna, wants me to attend the seance still.
That's bad.
Swivna wants to witness it. Maybe through me? I don't know. However this works, I get the impression that something will happen there. I feel as if I will be safe. So I guess this is a warning for you and the others?
That's intriguing. Yeah, I'm 38. Which is not a good number. Don't like that number.
But now, I need to sit down. Would you kindly see yourself out,
oh, can't
Mr.
resist.
Ward? And again, thank you.
Amir will be protected by his angel during the seance. Fascinating. That's a really interesting outcome. Oh, it still changes the thing because he is now safe. So this tracks how many people are, like, negatively impacted by the ritual, not how many are going to it. Very interesting. That is a decent heart underneath it, but I still worry for his future. That angel is unlike anything I could have imagined. It was beautiful, divine even, but heavenly? Can't say for certain. What manner of angel lures someone to their own death? If its intentions are pure, perhaps I should try to learn more of this angel. Oh, I can research it at the library. I wonder if I've gathered enough facts to eliminate any suspects. I should check my notes. I love how, like, not subtle the game is, and at the same time, like, extremely subtle. Act on Lloyd Dupre, I can't. I got Fia. I should go talk to Fia. Some mind-shattering revelation. I'm old! What about my grumpiness leads you to think I'm not old? I should really check all the stupid hallways. Oh, it's you, Father Weird Guy.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to come back to you. I think I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions before the end of this hour. But let me start by making sure... Do I already know where Fia is? Can't do the library thing. The bar doesn't... No, I haven't... became 8, I haven't looked around all that much, so I don't... I mean, she's not in the timetable, is she? I mean, she's probably out by the stupid well, right? Like, probably? Yeah, I don't know. I don't got it. Yeah, that guy's upsetting. No matter how much notice you get about his presence, it's just unpleasant. Don't look 38 and I'm just as grumpy. Well, thanks, I think. People never know what age I am. They usually think I'm younger than I am, but like sometimes young people will like dramatically like overrate my age. It says, I'll always consider you young, Vasco, unless I somehow travel faster than light and you surpass me in age. We both know that's extremely likely, though, Cotillion. Mystery says she has that same thing where people can't place her age. Believe it. I mean, based on some of the photos you have shared of, like, costumes and things on the Discord, I don't think I have a reasonable guess, and also I know better than to try. Yeah, it definitely helps with acting, right? Oh, I'm for sure a vampire. I think the fact that I abhor the sun probably plays some aspect to that. Also, I think, like, legitimately for real, the fact that I don't drink and have never drank, like, probably factors into that some amount. That's a thing I'm pretty sure I've already solved. I'm going to say now, somewhat optimistically, that it is my intention not to end the stream until... I mean, we have to at least start the ball. I don't know how much real time that 3-hour block is going to take up. It's extremely hard for me to guess. With how weird, like, the lunch breaks and the like, presentations are. Like there was a weird extra click when I came in here. As if I like triggered a trap. Alright, back inside. Let's go. Run through the drawing room and the library real quick, but then I think I'll go outside and then talk to Father Synod. Still don't really know how to pronounce that. Psycho says, an old lady told me I look like I'm in my early 20s 5 months ago, and I still think about that multiple times per week. Why, are you like mad? Ah, I found you.
Ah, Declan.
Confront. Your goal is to bless the well to protect the land from the seance's aftermath.
Well, you're not wrong. I'd do anything to keep this land safe.
I mean, much like the other guy who, like, basically told us that his whole mission was to see his guardian angel, like, this lady has basically, like, been extremely forthright about the fact that, like, she spends all her time at the well and she thinks the seance is bad and, like, she's using her magic to protect it.
This lot shouldn't be doing their seance, but I doubt I can stop them. Best I can do is protect the land against them. Charms and spells should do it. And yet they aren't enough. I can't figure it out. I'm getting glimpses of the future here and it's all death.
Yeah,
not
not
a tree
not
or
a
creature in sight.
coincidence
and
or
none of my
something.
old tricks are shifting that. I'm at my wits' end, Declan Ward. Ward. Ha! Now that's a sign and a half.
That's kind of funny.
I don't follow.
A ward is a type of protection. I reckon the universe is telling me something. I said before, you seemed like good skin.
What an
So
extremely
lend a
upsetting
hand.
way to try and say something nice about a person. You seem like good skin.
Take these components and bring them to the well. Maybe you'll see what I'm missing. May the gods be with you, because they are surely counting on you.
Okay, I guess. Seems like something I might not be able to do while the well is closed, which would only be different if she was at the well, which would mean she wouldn't send me there, she'd tell me to join her there. But if she needed to be there, the game has actually made it pretty consistent that it would teleport her there, so I guess it's fine. You like her less now, Zagula? Wait, you're not chill with her just calling you good skin? Is that not like a good, affectionate pet name? Plump, 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 plump. Hey, you ladies are here. I wanted to ask you a question as well.
Hello, Mr.
I would like to discuss your clandestine meeting. I wanted to apologize, Miss McLeod, for walking in on you and Mr. O'Meara. It wasn't my intention, even though I literally marked it in my calendar and made sure to do it. Oh no, it was a stupid idea, really. In all my haste to find a suitor, I should have known better. You'll forgive me for saying so, miss. You seem a very talented young woman, one with her whole life ahead of her. Why the rush? I have to, Mr. Ward. If I don't, then Miss D... It doesn't matter. What matters is I must. What? What is that about? I mean, that has to be Miss Dean, right? But what is Miss Dean threatening her with, and why? Tekka says, I like my skin firmly affixed to my body, and that comment makes me think she feels otherwise maybe. Yeah, but is that like real? Is that like a deal breaker? I mean, for real? Alright, tell me your whole life story. How are you gonna spend today? Other than the ball later? Gonna go to the seance talk at 5. Otherwise, just kind of vibing. As for Sunday, I don't have any services that suit me, so I think I'll take a walk in the garden while Victoria's at church. After which I hope she'll join me out there for a walk. Naturally, we'll want a good lunch at some stage, too. We shouldn't attempt to raise the dead on empty stomachs. We'll need our focus for the seance. I feel like she is important. I'm going to ask her 4 more questions and then leave. I don't think any of these are important, but I'm starting to get the sense that if I don't check off everyone's observations, it may cause me problems in solving their whatever. Is that heather you have pinned to your hair? It is. White Scottish heather. It's supposed to be for good luck. Dear Mr. Hunter, I braided into my hair when I was a girl and it stuck. He worked on my family's estate years ago, you see. It's been good to see him again. Some people think it's improper for us to talk, of course, but you don't.
His name is
How can you tell?
Tsutsugamushi.
No. It's D. Hunter.
The internet wizard!
Some things you just don't need second sight to see, Mr. Ward. Chaperone. Yes, Miss Aoi is my chaperone. I needed someone to vouch that I'm staying out of trouble. I admit she's my friend before she's my chaperone, but really, that's all the better for having to keep each other's company for so long. She's a darling for accompanying me in the first place. This is much more my sort of event than hers. How would that be? Oh, Victoria isn't much for mysticism. She's more interested in the sciences, but, well, I'm akin to the mystics. Well, she does see the future. Innocent bearing. For all that your visions must show you, you have managed to keep an air of innocence about you. Thank you, sir, though I fear my innocence is nearing its end. Not because of this seance, but through the events surrounding it. I begin to suspect that it ties in with my diminishing visions. And now, I would like to ask you about Evelyn Dean. What do you make of Miss Dean? Well, that's certainly a question. She's, well, how do I put this? You've read Hansel and Gretel, haven't you? About the 2 children lured and nearly eaten by a wicked witch? You were saying Miss Dean is a wicked witch of sorts? Oh, Mr. Ward, do you remember how it ends? Gretel pushes the witch into an oven and she burns alive, no? I fear in my darkest nights I only find peace when I imagine Miss Dean may one day meet the same fate. That's cool and normal. So yes, we have met, and I don't wish for it to happen again. Tell your friends it was nice to meet them, but I hope I never meet them again. Okay, those were all the things I wanted to ask you for now.
Take care.
But don't leave town. Do I have anything for you?
Hello.
I don't really know your deal either, to be honest. Actually, let me ask her about the clandestine meeting. Why can I even do that? That's weird. I stumbled upon Miss McLeod and Mr. O'Meara meeting in secret to discuss marriage. Is that so? It is, isn't it? I can see it in your face. Oh, Ivy, not him. Don't do that to us. Tell me about Lady's second sight. What brings us here? I know it sounds outlandish, Mr. Ward, but she is genuine. Somehow Ivy gains visions of the future, or knowledge she shouldn't know. I don't know how. I wish I did. That's how I met her, you know. She pulled me aside at a party to give me a warning. A total stranger to her, though I was. She predicted my husband's passing. Perhaps if I had been more open, if I had listened, acted sooner. After his death, I had no question about her ability. She was there while I mourned, and in time we became friends. She mentioned it had weakened since coming here. Strangely enough, yes. I might have expected the opposite. Tell me about the chaperoning. She needed someone to accompany her for this event, and I wanted to see Ireland. That, and she's my closest friend, so I had little reason to turn her down. I have no skill like Ivy, though I'm interested in being here. Tell me about your watchful expression. I will confess I do. You can learn a lot about a person or your situation just from keeping a careful watch. You are my kind of person. Morning cameo. It's my late husband. Well, I'm no longer expected to dress in mourning for him, and he would not have wanted me to continue to do so anyway. I rather like to keep the cameo. It keeps him close. That's nice. Tell me your whole life story. Convinced Ivy to spend some time in the library through the day. Surprisingly expansive, from what I've seen so far. And it's a fair trade-off. She wishes to visit Lottie, one of the horses. Then, of course, the ball. That should prove interesting. On Sunday, I'm going to the church service. You'll think me quite the bookworm, but I'll be dragging Ivy to the library again. Before the seance, I'll be attending the silent dinner. Now, I'd like to ask you about... I guess I've asked you about Evelyn Dean. Tell me about Cathalo Mara. I have met him, though Miss McLeod... Through Miss McLeod. A charming rogue, I suppose, but there's something there. A danger. Given his injuries, the methods, and the rate at which he acquires them, he's possibly more of a risk to himself than anyone else. But he can't be sure. Alright. Speaking of that guy, I should look up the angel before I forget to do that. I don't think I got anything new for you, do I?
Mr. Ward.
See, Ants better be crazy with all this build-up. That's what I was saying yesterday. I want it to be just, like, real messed up. Sure about Evelyn Dean. Okay. Let me go to the proper research table. Maybe it's in Blake, Egyptology, medicine, Irish gods, mythology. Gnosticism? Nah. That means that I should search Greek history, Irish history, world history. Flora, fauna, medicine, sciences, psychology, archaeology, geography. Is there this one, like, yeah, just general religion. Okay. Probably there? Look up. Actually, let's look at pagan sacred sites. Maybe that tells us where we can find, like a portal or whatever. Sciences, right? Yeah, probably. Much of the knowledge of sites of religious significance to the pre-Christian pagans has been lost. There are several that have been identified across the country. Stone circles apparently constructed for ritual purposes abound, and burial sites such as those found in New Grange suggest a reverence for the movement of the heavens. Some old sacred sites seem to be co-opted into modern tradition. There remains a tradition of lone oak trees being left undisturbed so as not to upset otherworldly spirits. A superstition which does not hold the same prevalence and longevity in other parts of the United Kingdom. Does that really not, like, trigger a thing? Like that spooky tree that hasn't been important. Did we do Celtic religious symbols? There are a number of designs synonymous with Celtic culture and spirituality. I list a few here. The Triskelion. That's just like a straight up magic card that doesn't appear to have religious significance. 3 spirals joined together at their outermost points, joined in the center of the design, thought to represent physical world, spirit world, and afterlife, or birth, life, and death. The Triquetra, the thing from Charmed, an ancient symbol of a tri-pointed endless knot now understood to represent the Holy Trinity. The Dara knot. I think that's from Lost, right? The Dara knot. Complicated square knot without end, associated with St. Patrick, patron saint of Ireland. The Dara knot is a symbol of unity and peace. I swear it told me that I had, like, angel as, like, a research subject. And if it's not religion, I don't know where I would expect to find it. Spiritualism? Mix of guides on spiritual matters, blah, blah, blah. What do I want to look up? Tarot cards, second sight. Sure, second sight. Skill possessed by some that allows them to know the future or events far from them that they should not rightly know. It can also refer to the ability to see the dead. In Scotland, it is thought to run in families, especially those in the Highlands. And while the information gleaned through this mystic sense can be useful, it can also be harrowing. Sight alone does not mean understanding, nor can dark visions of the future necessarily be averted, though those with the sight are often compelled to try. I guess I'll check all of the folklore things, but I wouldn't expect to find, like... Okay, sure. Why wouldn't it be under Celtic folklore instead of the Bible? Whatever. Sure. Suivne. The Madness of Suivne tells the story of Suivne mac Colmain, a king of the Dal Nareidi, a region in the northeast of Ireland, who tried to expel Bishop Ronan from church activities on his land. Suivne eventually attempts to murder the bishop and succeeds in killing the bishop's psalmists with a spear. Okay. In response, Bishop Ronan cursed Suivne that he would wander the land like a bird, and second, that he would eventually die by the spear, just as he had killed the monk. The tale describes how Suivne wandered the world as a madman, moving from tree to tree until eventually he dies the very way the curse detailed. Throughout his mad wandering, Suivne occasionally stops at each location to recite a poem, cool and normal. Some say that anyone who sees the bird or hears the poems will themselves be driven to madness. The comedy. Alright, let me go out to the well, and then let me talk to the priest. I'm loving this stream where I feel like I have a sense of purpose pretty consistently. The last couple have not been so fortunate in that regard. There's the atrium. I need this way. For some reason, the recent times I've come out to the maze, there's been, like, extra lag loading. That hasn't been true, like, anywhere else.
Giraffe.
Zaka, I'm curious, why giraffe? You've been firing off a lot of giraffe. Why does that guy spend so much time in the maze? What a weird dude. Just like the way she says giraffe. That's totally fair. I just wanted to be sure I wasn't missing something. I miss the heyday of Super Auto Pets. 16 time units to perform a ritual in this economy. I actually have no qualms with this. No pause in between. Come on, let's jam.
Mary Tyler Moore.
I have the receipt. Now to see if I can find the ingredients that will make the ritual work. A dash of venom. Brother? These are banana slices. Okay, help me out. Anyone know which one of these things is poison? Sanko says we are still on the first non-tutorial day. We sure are. There's only 2 days that aren't the tutorial. I think there's like an hour after the ball, and then unavoidable sleepy time. Is mistletoe not poisonous? I mean, is a U branch sufficiently synonymous with mistletoe? I mean, it looks like mistletoe, but it says U tree. So okay, here's what we got: orange petals from the calendula, a candle made of beeswax, runes with Celtic marking, fine-grained sand, the clippings of a dog's nail, hair from a brown rat, a branch from a yew tree, seeds of a flax flower, and fresh spring water. I mean, flaxseed is a thing that we, like, put in food now, right? So that can't be poisonous. Most of these other things are, like, pretty obviously not poisonous. So if it's not the petals, I think yew tree actually could be it. A metal that is blue. I mean, clearly none of these? Clearly none of these are metal? Can you give me a tiny spoiler? What is the scope of the spoiler? This ritual. Let me screw up once, but then I'll accept. Bark from the yew tree. Okay, well that's a bad start. I'll ask this, is the spoiler that I don't have all the things? Because that seems almost self-evident at this point, now that I've looked at it. Yes, okay. Well, in that case, how about we... Okay, it no longer has a time cost, even though it didn't spend my... Oh, hi, hello.
Ah, Declan.
You found me. You sent me here, and then you found... Okay. It's Callaghan's components. Got any luck? Not yet. I have faith in you. And, Shilach has me believing that this is the right course of action, however unorthodox it may seem.
I'll let
you take care now, Deck.
But... So I need... Hang on. Let's hang on. So, I want to write these down in my copybook. I don't have to write down the name of those escape room movies that are all surprisingly similar. Dash of venom. Metal that is blue. By the way, how did you know that, Cotillion? Did you, like, secretly play this game? Yew tree bark. Looked it up. Looked it up after we... at what point were you inspired? Mix some argon. That's the time travel gas from Primer. I don't know how to make that. I don't know how I would know that. With some wax. Top it off with a handful of flax. Well, some of those are extraordinarily straightforward. The first two in argon are the weird outliers. Oh, I see. And they will change color if I do... Wait. Wait, that's weird. Hold on. Reset? Dash of venom. Spring water. Metal that is... What did I put second?
Giraffe.
What made it green? Maybe they're not numerical in the way I think they are. I'm just gonna leave it. I mostly understand what we're looking at. I just don't obviously have all the things. Do I know of venom? I don't feel like I explicitly know of venom. We've encountered some dangerous substances, but I don't think we've, like, encountered venom. Is there another thing I can ask her about the ritual? I don't think so, right? You know what this ritual needs? What is that, Thakula? Is it giraffe? Oh, let me ask her about this old Irish grimoire. I am not, and I absolutely don't want to be. Whatever those sigils open or close, I want no part in it. Is that what they say? One opens, the other closes. What? I cannot say, but it's old, powerful, and not worth trifling with. I'm gonna ask you about Evelyn Dean, because I didn't do it already. Have you met Miss Dean? Yeah. Stay away from her. Stay away from the summoner, lest she try to take what's of value to you. Okay, I'm gonna go talk to the priest. Have I asked this guy if he can be my, like, stand-in for Brid or whoever I'm missing? Nah, he doesn't care. Also, this guy's entire schedule is stand on this bridge. I'm sure Venom is the alien goop guy who's stuck on Tom Hardy. Is he one of the, like, 80 characters in this game, though? That's kind of... You understand the context, right?
Hello again. His name is Vivia Twilight.
Mary Tyler Moore.
Amame Doi. She works at Sunfish Pocket.
You met Miss Dean? I believe I've met everyone here. Don't know her particularly well. Everyone here is new to me, but I gather she's a powerful practitioner and a woman with a complicated connection to many here. I suppose that's to be expected when one is at the top of one's game.
Not at all.
I really feel like I should be able to simply, like, ask that guy for advice on how to find the person to do the ritual instead of just flailing around, but, alas, earwax. Okay. I'd take Tom Hardy's best role was as Shinzon. Your thoughts, Fasco? I don't think I'm, like, super well acquainted with Tom Hardy's work. Also, why am I blanking on Shinzon? What is Shinzon from? Watching Devo do this is like watching that scene in The Dark Knight where the Joker lights a big pile of money on fire. I mean, he hasn't burned too much money tonight, I guess. Nemesis. Oh, God, it's been like 1,000 years since I've seen Nemesis, Lord.
Dick Peacock.
I understand and appreciate the
Leonard
fishing.
Steak Charmer, huh?
But at the same time, I refrain from commenting on what I think Tom Hardy's best role
in the
is.
Miss Teen Oklahoma pageant.
I said, like, he's one of those actors who I feel like I should know better than I do, and in reality, just, like, got nothing for you. Straight across.
George Clooney.
Hello.
Yes.
Every time I see this guy, he makes me think of that Twilight Zone episode where they put on the masks and their face becomes the thing. I mean, I figured you were joking, Katane, and I appreciate it. I just, like, also don't know that much about Senior Hardy. What's your take on Evelyn Dean? She's one of the guests I haven't met. Everyone else seems to have their little histories with her. Tell me about your deathly pallor. Hope you're well, Father. You look dead. I perhaps spend too much time indoors and underground. When you reach my age, you will no doubt also carry your years on your face. I carry mine in a little sack around my waist. Tell me about... just tell me all the stuff that Zacula wants to hear. Well, we'll start with your weird scarring. Forgive my prying, Father, but you look as though you've been through the wars. My scars? I was a missionary in my youth, foolish enough to think I could bring enlightenment to the masses through word instead of deed. Anywhere exotic? Many places, Mr. Ward, but do not be so arrogant as to think it's only the darkest parts of the map that need their eyes open. It is as hard to save a soul here in Ireland as anywhere else. Further away from the dark does not mean closer to the light. Tell me about A Strange Bible. What translation is that? It is an uncommon translation I picked up on my travels. And the focus of your edition? Its focus, for those with the eyes to see it, shows all. I would not think too hard about it. Is it your Gnostic Bible? I've discovered a Gnostic Bible. Would you know what that means? Did you know Gnosticism is an old branch of Christianity? It bears many similarities, but its faithful believe they know, the true nature of reality. And I hope that the knowing of the truth will allow them to find a way to enter the kingdom of heaven. The true kingdom of heaven. There's like a secret Houdini trap door. You get up to heaven, you're like, this heaven is lame. And then you open the trap door and you're like, oh my god, the true heaven. Or whatever. Tell me about Aeons. Tell me about Final Fantasy X. Aeons. The closest thing you'll likely know is an angel. Well, I've met one personally, it turns out. His name is Suicune. On many levels, they are similar, beings of creation sent by Monad, God, to build the universe. Tell me about Miss Barbossa's burial record? I don't even know why I can ask you about that. What do you make of this? What else do you expect me to say other than somebody has recently died? My condolences, etc. to Miss Barbossa. Very careful. Very thoughtful. It's pretty good in Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy is a movie that I saw and remember absolutely nothing about. Like, I didn't dislike it. I don't remember, like, loving it. But, like, I saw it and then just, like, immediately remembered nothing of it forever. Like, there are a couple of, like, specific, like, scenes I feel like I can remember visually, but, like, no content of the story and nothing of significance. It's good because you can watch it again and still be caught up in the story. I mean, you're not wrong. But what about all these bad escape room themed movies I have to watch in search of one that's actually good, maybe? Tell me about the Black Iron Prison. All of this. Life is the prison, the realm filled with material trinkets and baubles paid for in blood, built to distract us from the truth, from enlightenment. Okay. Tell me about Urn. Mr. Dupre's friend was cremated, not something I've seen before. Choosing to be burnt rather than buried is beyond me. Cremation is generally frowned upon as a burial rite here. I fail to see why the vessel is irrelevant. I hope his friend finds some peace in their next go-around. Tell me about a letter to the manager. I found this letter from Mr. Varley. Why would the bishop be writing to a hotel manager? Bishop Donegan is an unwavering man, one who enjoys a bit of faux power his title gives him. And Magdalena Laundries gives him plenty of that. To think one serves God by punishing women for having children, that somehow it is good and just to separate mother and child. Much of Catholicism, it does not line up well with the teachings of Christ. I don't know even what you're talking about, buddy. Mr. Varley would be Best off forgetting about this child. He'll get no answers from Donegan or the church. Wonder who the mother is. Or rather, I suppose it is rather obvious. I suppose I can look up whatever that is now. Not that I care. I feel like I should ask everyone about this, and there's only 2 other people to ask, including this guy. Can you tell me anything about fetters? Well, typically there are manacles used to restrain one around the feet, but given where we are, I suspect you mean the more esoteric type. In which case it is a term used to describe what anchors a spirit to a place or a person. The manor houses many spectras, most likely trapped by the events that led to their death. Perhaps they are fettered to the building or land, perhaps something keeps them trapped here. Tell me about... What about the seance? If you don't mind my asking, what brings you here? If I was to tell you, child, you could not believe me. The truths I bring are too vast for the minds of most. There's more to be done here than speaking with a memory from history. Such pointless pursuits stop us from true freedom, true ascension. And now I see I've already lost you. Tell me about Unusual Cross. Your cross has an extra element, the circle behind it. What is the meaning? It depicts the everlasting life of the immortal soul and represents my own personal flavor of beliefs. Alright, tell me your timetable. Marquess's talk at the manor is of interest. Missed that a long time ago. Otherwise, I intend to check out the rot. I'll just call it history. It is inevitable in old houses like this. Bewitching. I shall spend the day perusing the grounds. Let us see what story the rot tells. Perhaps there's something that can inform my sermon tomorrow morning. That is in the drawing room at noon. I'd like to see some absolvement. As for Sunday, with my mass done, I shall rest for a while. Then Mr. Coventry is talking about the region's history, and I plan to be there. And then a silent dinner, and then doomsday. What is this guy about her? Have you talked with the cook, Miss Murphy? Every confession, it seems as though she has something... Every confession. It seems as though she has something to ask of me, and yet she does not. She seems as if she's missing a part of her soul. Does that mean that she's... I should look at that stupid letter again that I asked him about. It's like, I don't really remember its whole deal at all. And look at all that time I passed. See, this is why I was being super careful, but now we're at a point where I'm, like, kind of fine with that. I'm gonna do records, documentes. Really far toward the bottom, probably. Letter, written complaint. Not this one. Letter to the manager. This one. Mr. Varley, your concern regarding the child is noted. Rest assured that they are safe in our care, but understand that any further disruption to them, which is what you are requesting, would do more harm than good. Therefore, it cannot be allowed. Your request for further information is refused. Mr. Varley. Jason! Mr. Varley. Hold on. Mr. Varley?
Yes.
Cybernetically enhanced space
Lorcan is kind of a cool name. Then you should try Lorcana, the
DT man.
heavily inspired by Magic the Gathering Disney card game. From what I understand, I haven't actually played it. Zeka says, am I hallucinating? Or Vasco say Spectra funny? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, Varley. So the manager wrote to the bishop asking about a child who was taken away. I'm starting to get the sense maybe that was the cook, Miss Murphy, had a child. And maybe that child is Evelyn? I don't know.
I'll take
kind of making stuff up. Will not be gaslit by me again? I genuinely don't know what you're talking about. I said the word the same way twice. I want to play that Star Wars card game Glass Cannon podcast keeps talking about. I mean, I know your struggle of not wanting to spend money on a card game no one will play with you. I've done that enough times, I'm very wary of it. I don't know much about how that game is played, but their enthusiasm for it is intriguing. There's like a bunch of Star Wars games I know little to nothing about, like tabletop and card games and things. I think that wasn't there. I think Star Wars might have done a like punch out constructible game that's like the Pirates game that I like, which was like really far toward the tail end of like when the Pirates game was being made, and I don't think it was done by the same company, even though most of those games were. Okay. Annoyed to pray. Joyce. I wanted to talk to her for reasons that I don't remember. Where do I think she's at? Joyce. The ballroom. I think that means I can't get to her, right? Okay. Bunch of folks at the bar. I've mainly talked to them. I can ask that one lady about fetters. There's something I could check in the library. That's true. There's the X-Wing miniatures game, which I'm not sure is the one that you guys are talking about. I did play some of that with my brother. That game's pretty good. Here, because of Gnosticism. Jane says, I have a really cool dungeon delving board game with amazing models I spent too much money on because I thought I'd get to play it. And before it arrived, the people I would have played it with moved to another state. God, I know what that's like. Especially if you got that from, like, Kickstarter, because, like, the lead time on those is absurd. Yeah, I have, like, a bunch of board games I bought over time for, like, similar thought processes, and I haven't really had a group of people to play board games with for a long time. I bought the game Couriers, which I really like, but, like, I don't think I'll ever convince another person to play that game with me. It's too weird. But then I found out after the fact that apparently, like, they made, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Couriers, and now I'm like, well, I have Couriers, but I could buy Yu-Gi-Oh! Couriers because I don't think that game was popular enough for those to be expensive, and I'm pretty sure it's already failed and is discontinued. So if I just find a place that's selling them, I can probably get them cheap. What was the I don't like when the game like gives me like a vague research topic and like there's not a clear place in my inventory to like look up what that subject was. Like I feel like that's a thing that I should have like ready access to be honest. Kickstarter with every I bought not maxed out every option, but I like went in pretty hard on like a Power Rangers like board game, like a really elaborate big one that I like knew better than to get, and it takes up like an absolute ton of space because I got like it and an expansion, and both of the boxes for them are like unbelievably huge. And it's just like another one of those things where I'm like, I know I shouldn't have done this. Like I know this was wrong. I knew at the time it was wrong. They got me because they had some, like, fancy dice. I love fancy dice. I'm such a stupid idiot for fancy dice. And, like, I can't even use them for anything because they're really specific to that game, but I was like, ooh, fancy dice.
The new Cyclops
I think the only
killer.
one of the various games that I have that, like, don't have... that I don't have people to play with that would be of any interest to my mom is one I asked for my birthday years ago, which was based on Thunderbirds.
What if it's a Kotori Bako?
Thunderbirds, the Super Marionation TV show, where puppets are all of the actors, and they what's the organization called? International Rescue, and like they just have all these like fancy vehicles to like save people from dangerous situations. And I liked it because it was like a cooperative board game based on that stupid TV show that I like. But like, who's gonna play that stupid game with me? Thunderbirds Argo. They're also FAB. already looked at both of these stupid subjects. What's your fanciest dice? I don't actually have ones that I think most people would consider very fancy. I have like 1,000 Magic the Gathering spin downs because they come with a bunch of products. I just like, the thing is, like, if a game has interesting dice, then I get like interested in the game. The fanciest dice I might have might be those weird Power Ranger dice. Maybe. Probably not. I don't know. They had a cool set of Magic the Gathering spin downs with like sparkly, interesting colored treatments for the original Tarkir set that were supposed to represent the breath weapons of those dragons. So there's one that's kind of like gross and toxic, and there's one that's like sparkly, like a beam of light. I guess says my fanciest dice are 100 D6 that I got on Amazon for like $6 because Warhammer is almost exclusively played with D6. Have I ever showed you or talked about the constructible tabletop pirate game that I really liked, that like went through a couple name changes to try and like salvage the game that were a bad idea in my opinion. It was originally called Pirates of the Spanish Main, and that's what I tend to think of it as. I'm gonna look up white heather for some reason. Found in abundance across Scotland, especially in the drier heathlands. Several types, most common or most iconic. Common heather known as ling. Ling is typically pink-purple. Much very rarer variety is white. White heather is associated with battles and conflict, thought to bring good luck. One common usage of it is bridal bouquets. I was hoping it was going to be poison. So, one of the selling points of Pirates of the Spanish Main was that there was a whole game in every pack, which means that every pack of cards contained 2 entire ships, at least 1 crew member, or like a special treasure. The special treasures were my absolute favorite. And a punch-out island, like a little cardboard rectangle that had like a island in it that you punched out that was like a game piece. And the game is played with all 6-sided dice, so in order to have the whole game in every pack, they made the world's like tiniest D6. So every pack of cards had an absolutely minuscule D6 in it, which were like easy to lose and difficult to read, but they were fantastic. And so like there was like a specific way that you could sort of like utilize every part of the card pack to like make certain things act as makeshift islands, and then just like each player would get a ship and then you would sort of disperse or ignore the special treasure in the crew or whatever. And so like I love that game so much. It's like the best game. So yeah, Sydney would love those D6s. She loves her tiny dice. I don't know what that's all about. Look up. I don't care about any of this. So I guess it says, honestly, I love a game that uses D6. Yeah, like D6 are my favorite. I love D6. Like I like a fancy D6. And I have so many like unfinished and unmarketable and unmakeable ideas for various like board games or tabletop games, and most of them like involve heavy use of D6 because I really like D6. I was working on my own like streamlined, hey, this is what I wanted. It's like almost the last place I looked, the Magdalena Asylum. I was working on like my own tabletop system that was streamlined enough that I would feel confident to like run a game of it. Because like I just don't have the time to try and like master a proper TTRPG rule set, and I feel like I might have more success like running a game if I'd be like, I'd do the hard part, but also it's with my dumb system so that I know how it works. Let's look up this asylum. The Magdalene Asylum originates from convent-run institutions for fallen women, which began in the 13th century. Mary Magdalene was an ideal symbol for the institutions, as she's often associated with repentance, devotion, and the power of grace. A network of convents and institutions expanded across Italy and Catholic Europe, providing secluded spaces for women seeking penance, particularly former prostitutes. In 18th century England, philanthropists founded institutions like Magdalene Hospital, adapting Catholic models to Protestant contexts for care and rehabilitation of vulnerable women. This was later brought to Ireland by a Protestant philanthropist, a lady Arabella Denny, who founded Ireland's first Magdalene Asylum in 1767. Don't feel like I learned much about that. Hold on. Irish history standing stones? Did I research that? Zeka says, I played the Shadowrun video games, not much for the TTRPGs. The video games rule. Didn't know it was a decent... Oh, yeah. Isn't it... I mean, the whole thing about Shadowrun is you just play it with, like, I mean, you describe buying, like, 100 D6. Like, that's how you play Shadowrun. Standing stones. Standing stones or menhir are large, deliberately placed stones around the world, especially in Ireland. There's no consensus for the purpose of them. There are no records detailing it, nor any surviving traditions that can be reliably traced. However, there are several theories to their purpose, most commonly held to be that they posit the marked boundaries of territories, or that they had ritual significance to old Druidic religion. Some menhir, cloch fada, in the Irish tongue, are found to be inscribed with long forgotten and therefore indiscernible language. None of that helped. One thing I would like to do this year that's like really difficult and time consuming. I want to finish making my plain flavor magic cube. I want to make like, so like a, for those of you who don't know, which is everyone, other than probably Drew, is the, so like Magic the Gathering like packs are made so that you can play limited games where you like open up like brand new cards and make a brand new deck out of them and whatever. A cube is a concept where like instead of packs, you like assemble a collection of cards that are meant to be drafted. It's kind of like designing your own set of Magic cards with the purpose of playing limited. They only play against each other, and you make a new deck every time you play. Like everyone who's playing plays from the same pool, and they make a new deck every time. And I've been working on one for like probably like 2 years. That's like I had an older one that I was trying to like base on like the whole history of important characters in Magic the Gathering, and then they changed the way that they were releasing sets and introducing those important characters, and it became like completely untenable. And so I went back to the drawing board and I was like, all right, well, how about I do just like fun flavor cards? So like things like the premise is that I want as many of the cards as possible to do exactly what the name says. And it's a really fun idea, and I think it would be a really fun play experience. I think it'd be a relatively low-powered thing for the most part, so it'd be like easier to get like new players involved, because you'd be like, well, what does the card say it does? And then you just like look at the name and it's like, it's pretty close. It's gonna do pretty close to what you think it does. But like the trick of that is that like normally when you're designing like a cube, like you're building around like themes and you're searching for certain mechanics and like using the tools that exist for like Magic the Gathering stuff. You can sort of figure out like, I need more things that like involve creatures dying or playing artifacts or something. But like doing it this way is like, I kind of just have to look at every card slowly and methodically and evaluate whether they're a good fit for the cube. Like every now and then I'll like be searching for something else and find one that I'm like, I should put that on the list. But like, it's just insanely hard to narrow it down, frankly. It is a shockingly difficult thing to do when it is like explicitly designed to be so simple. It'd be really nice to finish that. Have you ever heard of Sharpie Cube? I have. It's a fun idea. I kind of hate writing on cards, but like, I've seen some really funny ones. I've also, there's like a subreddit on Reddit called Hell's Cube, and like it seems like what that subreddit is it's like a place to make custom Magic cards that are designed specifically to be annoying in a cube setting. And I think the overarching idea is that like if you were to like make a cube out of only cards from this cube, it'd be like horrible. Who can I talk to that I care about like even a little bit? I should go to the bar. I was doing that before I got sidetracked. The bar is this way? This side? There's 3 official volumes of Hell's Cube. That's weird and interesting. Hey, Miss Mantovani. I wanted to ask you about fetters, I think. I don't think you're going to tell me anything interesting, but I want to rule that out. Do you know anything about fetters? These are what bind us to this world after death. Unfinished business for the dead. They say, Shutzi! It starts with the living. Always business, always unfinished, always something to do. Or what would be the point? Why can some leave it behind and others not? That's down to the person's personality and situation. Tell me about your family. I have a big family. More uncles, aunts, cousins, nieces, and nephews than you could count. So more than, like, 9? All in one another's pockets, knowing each other's business and having opinions. That's another weird turn of phrase, all in one another's pockets. Much like good flesh or whatever. Laboring on the same farmlands day in and out with no hope for a better life. I miss them. When I was young, it was a terrible life for me, but now as I age, I had hoped. Do not mind me. There we go. I figured it out. Form hypothesis. I've never done this way. I kind of almost understand how the game works after 20 hours. Is that a good sign? No. Is that my fault? Maybe. So like I said, it's been too long since I've played. The only cards I can think of off the top of my head are Fling and Giant Growth, which you've almost certainly already put in. So here's the trick, right? I'm trying to make it so that it has, like, a balance of abilities that, like, roughly represents the kind of stuff you would find in a set. Because, like, the average Magic set is constructed in such a way that there's, like, a small amount of representation of all of the basic types of card effects that generally exist. And then it contains some more specific cards that are, you know, specific characters or specific mechanics that relate to, like, the world or story or whatever it's trying to tell. So, like, I'm trying to keep it balanced in that respect and include, like, a little bit of everything. So, the trick is that there are, like, some things that, like, for some reason or other, might be a better fit than, like, the most obvious option. I don't know if I have a better Fling. I think I have a Giant Growth that I'm happier about, like an alternative. There's this cycle from this, like, storybook themed set that I like, where, like, there's a bunch of spells that, like, give your character, like, a fairy tale role as, like, an enchantment, and, like, those just, like, a lot of those seem like a good fit. I don't remember specifically which ones are in there. I've looked at so many cards. It's a really difficult, tedious process. Alright, let's form a hypothesis. Carmela Mantovani's goal is to conduct the... Where is it? Up here. See ants. Despite it killing her, as she wants two. That's why I got confused. I was looking for money. Because I read the sentence that she wants blank, and, like, nothing was money. I was like, I know the answer is money. To provide money for her family. Now, I want to say something before I lock this in. I know this is correct. But the problem is that I have known that this is correct for a really long time. Like, for hours of gameplay, I've known that this is her whole jam. So, like, I don't understand why asking her about her family suddenly triggers the hypothesis. And I think this, now that I understand that this is a thing that this game is doing, I think this is, like, easily this game's biggest problem. Like, the inventory management is not good. I have a lot of, like, personal and, I think, objective gripes about how that's done. It's far from perfect. It's mostly manageable. This, I think, is a real problem, where, like, I already know, like, exactly the right thing, but I haven't asked some specific question that triggers the game to make an invisible inventory item that it deems makes me understand something that I've already fully comprehended for hours and hours. And, like, I didn't realize it was doing this, and so, like, I probably could have made more progress during all of this, where, like, I understood, several characters' stories, but, like, because I hadn't asked them, like, a random personal detail, the game was like, you can't fathom what they're up to. I do like the stomp/giant card. I think that's a little more complicated than most of what I'm putting in the set. I like those enchantment cards from Eldraine that I was describing are toward the higher end of complexity I've been comfortable with. I've been angling to put Raised by Wolves in the cube, which I think is correct. I think I should put Raised by Wolves in there. But, like, it's also caused some, like, weird, unexpected tension with trying to select other cards for green. Consider.
Miss Montevani is ill. Clearly her work is taking its toll. Another seance might be too much for her body to handle.
We've literally heard her say she thinks it will kill her.
Confront her about this.
Like, we literally witnessed a conversation where she said, I'm going to do the seance. I hope you will take care of my remains. I know it will kill me, but I need to send the money to my family. And then for some reason, the game still needed me to find some other dot to consider this, like, salt. She, like, told me, that, like, again, like, the third character, probably at least, who has told me to my face exactly her life story, but the game treated it as not being done. Zago says, it's insane that this is true, because it seems like the game does that as a safeguard against sequence breaking, yet that's a thing you've still done multiple times. Yes, agreed. Okay, now let me confront her.
Senor what?
Your goal is to conduct the seance despite it killing you, as you want to provide for your family.
It is not just those of us speaking to ghosts who are uncovering secrets. Is it, senor?
Demolition seems to be rewriting the alphabet. I assume that means that he has had some sort of brain blast and is a super genius now. Either that or he's trying to decode the name of an angel so he can put it in a jar.
I have had time to consider, to decide. This is not where I wanted to spend my last days.
Are you saying that you're not going to do the seance?
But at least this way, my death will have used the last I've spent on this grand seance.
No, never mind. Okay, so leaving out the letter C is a bold choice, but I respect it. Well, it might just be at the end. Demolition put in ellipse. I think he might still be working on the order.
It will be something to be remembered. And this contract will serve my family well. It is not perfect. But few things are. Senor Ward, I have a favor I must ask of you.
A party favor? Oh, where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Oh, cutscene.
Senor Ward, I believe you to
I think
be
you're
a
good
man.
flesh.
I will not survive this seance.
Seance?
Even if I hadn't already known it for myself.
Seance.
I have seen it in my cards. I have resigned myself to this. I have reason for seeing this seance through.
So I guess C is actually kind of redundant with S and K. What do we have it for? It's so we can put a really hard emphasis at the end of a particular swear word that I think is really important to the English language.
My family. I left when I was young. When I realized this gift gave me a way out. And what a life he has given me. I have performed in the old world and the new. Every kind of party I have been to.
Including adventuring.
I even read for Queen Victoria. And through her granddaughter, I performed a seance for the Tsar and his mad monk.
The presentation of this information is weirdly intimidating. I don't know what the middle black square is foreboding.
I could not have asked for more. But I do not have much left. All I earned,
I spent. I could always earn more. But the time for that is at its end. I want to give something. Some fraction of the comfort I have had. This event. It pays well. Too much even. But at a time when I needed much. But now I fear I will be gone before I can get this money to them. Please, Signor, I will give you the secret to the lockbox in my room.
For those of you who haven't been here the whole time or who have forgotten because so many stupid nothings have happened, her lockbox is the one that I accidentally solved by making an umbrella shape out of a bunch of random dots. I don't know if that's the correct solution, and I think I may have done a proper sequence break with that. But when I opened it, it was like, I probably shouldn't take this money.
Per favore, you must go to my room and get my earnings. Take this symbol. It will open my lockbox. A key to my room. I suspect you already have.
That's weird. Why are you okay with that? That's so creepy.
When the seance is done, please ensure my family gets the full amount. And let them know I am sorry that I left, but that I love them always.
Sorry I burned down your village. Here's some gold.
Of course.
Grazie. Now, go.
Devilish the go in room, get message. Why are you going into a room? You have lost. You've been kicked out of the hotel. Everyone but 3 people have died. Oh, now I'm in a room. And the symbol is... I literally just completely unintentionally brute forced that by clowning. I tried a bunch of things because I was trying to just hit every point, and then I reached a point where I had done the upper half, and I was like, I know, it can be an umbrella. And the game was like, here's the money. And I was like, is it supposed to do that? And the answer is yes. Which is wild. Put this away for safekeeping. I'll make sure it gets to Miss Mantovani's family. Can hardly imagine how the other guests are going to react. Would they go through with the sea ants if they found out what it would do to Miss Mantovani? I pray the Lord shows them compassion. They don't own their complicity. At least Miss Mantovani has chosen to die on her own terms. It's a luxury too few of us are afforded. Miss Mantovani will conduct a seance and die as a result. So that doesn't move wait, how does that move the needle? Literally explain why that one moves the needle. Now I'm actually confused. Because, at first I thought it was people being saved from the ritual. And then, we learned that the angel would guard O'Malley, I don't remember his name, Omino, something, the blonde guy. He would be saved. So it's okay, at least now he's not going to die in the ritual. And now it's she has chosen to die at the ritual, -1. I don't understand what it means. Measurable progress, arguably. Are we at 1 more before we hit a threshold on the green machine? That'd be fun. It'd be fun to hit that threshold. I don't have a lot of confidence in myself to do that. I gotta say this. For one, I really maintain that there's too many individual things that the game... I think it's legitimately, I think it's a bad balance that there's so many things that you can talk to people about, and it's just not clear what's important, and then coupling that with the time limit makes it feel like you shouldn't feel free to ask people things that seem important. But then this whole weird gatekeeping thing where even when you've clearly witnessed multiple instances of a character explaining their purpose, the game doesn't flag you for that unless you ask them a specific question. I think that there's just a really bad intersection of these things where there's a lot of good to this game, and I think we really needed to streamline this system. Yeah, I think if we can get 1 more, we turn off another button. I don't know what I assume that's good. I don't know what that does. So we have 18 minutes until the ball starts. Let me talk to that guy in the bar. I've talked very little to that guy. Again, a brazen choice to conduct a seance on Sunday of all days. I mean, keep in mind that a lot of these people have different mystical beliefs, and so maybe Sunday isn't that important to them or whatever. Or they don't... Or maybe it's like a positive to do that. I don't know. This guy, what's like your deal? I don't know anything about it. I don't care about you at all. Tell me about your dusty clothes. How'd that get there? Perhaps the housekeeper's not so fastidious as she should be. You're a jeweler, huh? I am, or rather I was. I ended up in London alone as a young lad. Nothing to my name, but my mother had loved jewels, and so as a result, did I. I emphasized that word because I didn't read the whole sentence. Shut up about it. I found work cleaning a shop at first. I was a well-spoken lad, and as I say, I knew my stuff. So in time, I was raised to sales. One thing led to another, lobster bisque. Eventually, I wound up with my own shop in London. Did a tidy trade, earned enough to live well, no small feat in that city. I sold up when my wife passed. It didn't fill me in the same way it did before that. I still do enough to cover my needs, select clients and all that, but not a whole lot more. You mentioned losing your wife. My condolences. Yes, Lillian. Earlier this year. She turned quickly. We had access to doctors, but they could do little to ease her suffering. I'll confess I am lost without her, which, foolish as it sounds, is how I ended up here. Her illness took everything from me, the little I had left to spend to come here on the hope that the claims about this seance are true. If I could see her, hear her, then I'd gladly give it all, down to the very shirt on my back. Are you telling me I can't discern his whole life purpose? Let me ask this guy about Evelyn Dean. I haven't met her, no. Every time I see her, she's exhausted from her day. I suppose this is an important event for her. Even though I don't know the woman, I can tell she's a big fish in this pond. I'm sure she'll find time for me by the time this is all over. It's so weird that everyone keeps talking like she's just, like, around still. Do I have a key to this guy's room? Who is this guy, by the way? What is this idiot's name?
Good. Mame Doi. She works at Sunfish Pocket.
Coventry.
Desuhiko Thunderbolt.
Coventry.
Sam & Max, freelance police.
Nah, his room's locked. That's
He's the guy who invented Skynet, isn't he?
Tessa, also known as ASET.
I noticed something strange just now, and I don't know if it's important.
The one sitting over there is Halara Nightmare.
Like, to be clear, I'm not saying that this game should necessarily function in a way where, like, every single exchange matters. Like, I like a game to do that. It's not a requirement by any means. But, like, with the number of, like, threads going on and characters and backstories and stuff, I think, like, too many of the things, like, don't matter at all. I think a higher percentage of the things in a game like this should matter, given its weird open-ended nature. Am I going the right way? No, I gotta hang a right and go all the way down. So, there's, like, a bunch of closets. Well, I don't know. I guess I didn't take a close look on the map. Basically, like, these look like they're go-inable. Oh, they are! Isn't that something? Did I come in here? Did I know this? Ritual items? Ritual items use one-time unit? Huh. 3. Can God, I haven't done one of these in a minute. Ooh, these are weird because they don't have dots in the intersections.
Santa Claus!
Right? So aggressive. Hey, look, I did it in one try. I don't know if that's correct.
The Internet Wizard!
I am the Internet Wizard. Thank you for
Trixie, the giraffe neck girl from Scranton.
Hey gang, what do you think I did? Is this cool or normal or cool and normal?
Featherly.
What is all this? Is she trying to summon somebody, something? Okay, apparently that's hypothesis worthy. I don't even remember. Chat level with me. I do not remember a woman telling me that she was doing weird bathroom summoning. Does anyone remember that happening? I like super for sure don't remember that. That feels much too easily missable. And now I gotta go left. Given that that did something, I assume this won't, but I'm gonna go in the gents as well. Isn't that what all women do when they go in bathrooms in groups? There's an episode of the TV show Boy Meets World where they're like, I think it's Topanga, some girl they know or some woman, I don't remember what point in the show it is, like is like having like kind of an emotional moment, and like one of them tries to like go in and sort of console her, and it's like a girl's bathroom, and there's like a whole couch there, and just like every time like a guy comes in there, there's like a couch, it's like so much nicer in here. Communal washroom for the men. Weirdly, no ritual. Just I can look at it. Okay, where's Quinn? She hasn't been in the library as much lately. So I guess he remembers very little of what's happened in the video game. I can't imagine why. Could it be any more straightforward? No, she is in the library. All right, I guess I'll go to the library. Dude says, I have no idea what's going on. I'm just here for the voice lines. Ah, Cotillion. Never change. Love you, buddy. I'm going to the library. Meow. Guess I can do it through talk, right? I learned that earlier.
Hello, Mr. Ward.
Form hypothesis. Serious question. Like, for real serious question. Like, don't you think that the women in this establishment would be upset that the communal, like, women's bath is just, like, full of trapped angry spirits? Like, isn't that gonna have like a negative effect on people's stay here? Wow, all of hers are red for some inexplicable reason. Quarantine Quinn's goal is to perform a oh, there was a visual glitch. They're not all red. A summoning ritual to cleanse or something, to remove the curse from the Quinn family, I guess? I don't know why the summoning ritual would do that. That's the bit I'm confused about. Ritual to remove the curse from the Quinn. I know what happened here.
Miss Quinn wants to lift the curse on her family. I should find and confront her about this.
I mean, again, I can't emphasize enough that I've had a conversation with her where she talked about the curse that was on her family and how she was doing research so that she hoped that she could stop it, because otherwise she and her last remaining family would die, and that sucks. So, like, not really new information if we're being, like, super honest with each other for realsies.
Giraffe.
Your goal is to perform a summoning ritual to remove the curse
You
from the Quinn
figured that
family.
out, did you?
You told me, I
Why
swear to
I'm
God.
nose deep in all these godforsaken books. You're right, of course. I will... Well, you have a look about you that says I don't have to plead the veracity of my case. Is that right?
I've seen things.
God.
I've seen them with my eyes.
That's what all my work is about. I'm trying to lift the curse before it kills the last of us. But just our luck, I've reached a dead end.
A dead end? A gulp? Does that mean
After
you're dead?
everything,
All this work, all this death, it couldn't just be simple. God forbid. God forbid I actually manage it.
Does it have anything to do with, like, venom and, like, a blue metal?
I have it, you know. The name of the woman who cursed my family. Biddy Eve O'Connor. And if I could only speak
Biddy?
to her,
That's like insult
I
to
might be able
injury.
to appease her.
Sanko says, you figured out that thing I told you to your face, you clever rascal. He used a swear word. I'm not going to try and impinge his character there. But I kind of feel like that's the vibe between like a lot of like mystery detective games. I feel like a lot of detective stories of any kind really these days are like really bad about like giving clues to the viewer or the player or whatever, and so like it's sort of like they have some character like tell you a discovery and they're like, wow, you really are a great detective. See like all of Raincode, for God's sake.
But there are too many spirits with her name. And without some item from her, I just cannot reach her. I will keep trying, of course. But I think my fate is sealed. Mine and my little sisters. We'll all die like the rest of my family because of the cruelty of my ancestors.
Sucks to suck, huh? Continued suggests that Zacula call me Rascal from now on, which I'm like not remotely mad about. I was just trying to say I didn't want people to think that Zacula was using old-timey prospector speak. That's just how I read swears from chat. But considering your the blessing that the raccoon bestowed upon you when it came into your laundry room, Zacula, I do feel like Rascal's like a good thing to call people. It feels raccoon adjacent.
Bastards. All of them.
That's the word he said in his sentence.
And that's that. What else is there to say about it? I don't want to talk about this any longer. But, look, take this. If you find anything to do with it all, tell me, would you? God knows there's nothing else for it.
What did you give me? I can ask 2 people about this and 1 about that. Well, that's very interesting.
That's Nicholas St. Kringle, the well-known toy tycoon.
No, it's Quarantine Quinn. Normal human Earth name. I like how you tell people what they told you previously and they give you things. Yeah, I should try that in real life. Does that work? So I should go to... Yeah, he's in his room because I did the ritual during this hour. Let me go talk to... O'Meara? O'Malley? What's that guy's name? I don't care. O'Meara. So left... I'm gonna save just so I don't accidentally trigger something where I get kicked out, even though we're like best buds now, and also he invited me in the same hour. But I'm gonna go in here and talk to him about the thing she just gave me.
What the... Mr. Ward?
God dang it.
Mr. O'Mara.
Look, if you're not going to steal...
Wait, I thought I was being paranoid. It makes no sense for this to trigger here. Like, literally, like, 20 minutes ago, I, like, helped this guy commune with his guardian angel so he could stop trying to, like, unalive himself. And, like, he was like, thank you so, like, this is such a meaningful experience. You've changed my life. Now I have, like, a whole new future. And then, like, I was like, by the way, I had, like, an important question to, like, save someone else and their entire family from dying. And he's like, what are you doing in here? Get out of here. Game over. So, for those of you who may have missed them previously, this is what the game over screen looks like. It's extremely stupid in this case. As a result of your actions, 4 people survived. 25 hours until the seance. Seka says, this lady's story is a perfect example of why giving up that magic is actually real so early was a mistake. If we didn't know that the magic was real, her family curse is way more interesting, because it is a curse, or does her family have a history of poor decision making? I mean, like, valid. Like, I can see people finding the magic more interesting. It's just like, the real problem I have is that, like, this is like a gothic style of horror, and it bills itself as like every time you boot up the game, it's like, this is a gothic horror story, and there's some stuff that like might legit unsettle you. Just like keep that in mind. So like, I don't know, like I'm not an expert in gothic storytelling, but like, isn't like the general idea of it that it's like a slow burn and it's not clear like whether the horror is real or perceived, and like that, like isn't that a big part of it? The other person I'm looking for, I think, is Barbosa in the lobby. Why is it showing that the door to the lobby from the atrium is locked? That doesn't make sense. That can't be correct. It's not, but it was showing like it was. Dude, I can't tell you how much OBS like hates loading every screen. It gets mad like every time. So, like, my point about that is, like, assuming I'm, like, correct about, like, this is kind of, like, a keystone of the gothic horror genre, like, it seems weird to, like, reveal that magic is real early, because it would, like, ostensibly the point is that, like, everyone comes here claiming that they know or have interest in magic, and, like, maybe weird things are happening, and we don't know if magic is real.
Well, I thought this might be useful to you, miss. It's research of the O'Connor family. I noticed it bears the same crest as your brooch.
I didn't notice that for squat.
What? But this is... There's so much detail here. Where did you get this?
It's Miss Quinn's work. She's been researching the O'Connor family for a ritual she wants to conduct. The woman she's focused on, a Biddy Eve O'Connor, had a son who emigrated. I was hoping you would check the date of his departure against that of your father.
Yes, they line up. But his name is Seamus O'Connor, not Shay. A cousin, maybe.
You can't be that stupid. We're not talking about some, like, Gaelic pronunciation that doesn't match the characters written down. This lady's never heard of a nickname before.
Hang on, I can't believe I didn't make the connection before now. But Shay is often used as a shorthand for Seamus.
So I have been looking for the wrong name?
Wait, does this solve, like, two people's problems?
It is possible. Or we may have the wrong man altogether.
So, this doesn't mean...
No, it does not. But Miss Quinn says her ritual is a matter of life and death, and that she requires an item from that family. Which, it turns out, may be your family. So, do you think she might borrow that brooch of yours for her purpose? If she is right... It would not only help her, but also confirm we have the right man.
Then how can I refuse? Come, let us find the Queen woman.
It is implied that we did that.
Thank you, Miss Barbosa. This could well save the lives of the last people that truly matter to me.
I do not understand how being in a bathroom with two strangers is helping, but I'm eager to learn.
That's the best. That's the best thing in the game so far. That's amazing. Not sure what blowing on that would achieve, she says as her next line of dialogue. Yeah, that's kind of important. I don't have like a great save file for that, but I have a save file for that. Save file. Like I feel like I want that one. Time into recording doesn't help because I have to be able to replay it and adjust the audio to reduce the music. I have to, like, I want clean audio. Like, it's fine to have a couple scraws and like heavy rain clips, but like for general purpose, these should be clean audio. Actually, get back in the window.
And I appreciate it. All right. One more time.
Dang, look at her use that candle.
Hear me, Biddy Eve O'Connor.
It's embarrassing.
I call you from beyond the grave. Hear me, child of the family you damned. Hear me, so that we may bury all this grief.
Santo Cristo, fantasma.
Are you Biddy Eve O'Connor?
Yo, what's up?
The same Biddy Eve O'Connor that cursed Fionn Quinn and his descendants?
Yeah, that's me.
Good.
He's the guy who invented Skynet, isn't he?
I am of the third generation of the Quinn family since Fionn Quinn, and now one of the three of us that remain. It is myself and my two sisters. The people that wronged you, and they did wrong you, I will not deny it. They're long since dead by your curse. My ancestors sinned against you, but we did not. For the sake of my life, for my dear sisters' lives, I implore you to release us from your curse. Would you consider this? Now the man who hurt you so is dead.
Well, I mean, my natural assumption is, like, no, right? Because, like, if you only cared about, like, that guy being dead, the curse... You only gotta curse him, you don't gotta curse his whole lineage. Like, you only curse someone's whole lineage if you, like, hate them so much that you want their descendants to suffer. Like, I feel like there should be more of a bargain or a magical leverage here, you know?
Excellent. All right. Let me think. Do you require your bones to be laid to rest?
What does that mean?
No.
If too many candles blow out, the ritual will be over, spent, and I will have lost my chance. My family will be doomed.
Oh.
Do you have some unfinished business here that I could see to on your behalf?
How many candles are too many?
I don't know, but I don't like the chances. The spell is already failing. I don't think it will survive another wrong question, another extinguished candle.
What did your ancestors do to deserve all this?
They betrayed their fellow Catholics to the crown, and then they took the land. Oh, maybe. Biddy O'Connor, you would have me relinquish my claim on that land, the money from it.
Point. Oh, give it to the... Yeah, give it to her descendant.
Why didn't I
Yeah.
see it? Miss Barbosa, Inez, would you accept the Quinn lands and the money we made from it?
What?
It was ill-got. It shouldn't be ours. And if it will satisfy Biddy O'Connor for her descendant to have it, will you take it?
I think this is my favorite, like, magic thing we've done so far. Like, I kind of hope that these two become friends now.
You are serious? Yes. I will accept it.
Accept it?
Biddy Eve O'Connor, from the bottom of my heart, I offer you my deepest apologies for all the wrong done to you. And my promise. The Quinn fortune will go to Inez Barbosa. She can do with it as she likes. I will relinquish every acre and every penny of it immediately. This I swear to you on my honor and my life. And if that's all that need be said, then I bid you goodbye, Biddy O'Connor, and thank you. May you rest in peace.
I believe it would have been correct to say I biddy you goodbye.
Come, Miss Barbosa. We'll go to the telegraph room and send word to my lawyers so they can get the paperwork in order.
Lead the way, I suppose.
You'll be needed too, Mr. Ward. To witness.
Yeah, why not?
Come along, would you?
I mean, I sat through the toilet ghost, I might as well. Biddy is a baddie? I bet Biddy was a
This is
baddie.
seance, but I did not expect to see a ghost quite so close. And for her to be my grandmother.
Yes. I am sure it is a lot to take in. But look, that hardly matters now. I'm going to write to my solicitor and have him prepare everything for you. All we will need then is to get the deeds to you. Now, you sign here to prove you accepted them. Then you here, Mr. Ward, as witness.
So you are serious? It was not a lie to trick the spirit.
Well, completely and utterly serious, Miss Barbosa. One does not trick ghosts and come off the better for it.
But a ghost can do ghost tricks and have cool stuff happen.
Inish. Just call me Inish. All this, it's hard to comprehend.
And then they
Well,
kiss.
you have the rest of your life to get your head around it, Inez. And now, so do I.
Yeah, I mean, Miss Quinn has been like one of my favorite characters in the game like the whole time. And we were like stalled out really early on her quest, and I can sort of understand why. But I really like this outcome, and I like the actress's delivery of like that whole ritual was really good. Like I really bought how like truly desperate she was, and when she like figured out what she needed to do, it felt really sincere. Like she was just like, all I want is my sisters not to be dead. Like like whatever you want. Like truly heartfelt, you know, like.
And if I am to call you that, then you must call me Quarantine. I've always hated Miss Quinn.
If you say so, Quarantine. Plenty of time to get familiar.
Yay,
now.
they're friends.
Yes?
I love it.
Isn't there just? But you know, I think I am done with summoning the damned. I'm going to skip the seance and do something I've not done for some time.
Hopscotch?
Think about the future.
Ah, okay.
Very good. And I now have my father's real name. Seamus O'Connor. As much as I value the lands and wealth, that is the real treasure in all of this.
Miss Quinn will no longer be attending the seance. She removed the generational curse on her family by returning the lands and wealth to those they wronged. I mean, shouldn't that be 2 people solved? Wow, there's room for 1 more? But are you going to give me... Wait, are you telling me Barbosa is still planning to go to the ritual? Why?
More questions?
To what end? What do you still need to do, lady? Like, what are you talking about? How do you know your father's real name? Yes, Seamus. Ironically, like the porter who annoys me so much. My mother said my father was also an annoying gringo. Cheeky, she said, but she said it with a twinkle in her eye. She never really let him go, I think. And now I know my grandmother's name, too, Eve. And Inez Eva Barbosa. A tribute to her, perhaps. For what she has done for me this day, I will certainly carry on as if that were true. But, like, what? Like, what's your whole deal?
I have...
Sure.
You saw that coming? What part? What do you mean by that? Okay, I guess I should take this burial record to Dupre, and maybe that'll connect those dots, and then the game will, by technicality, understand what I've already just accomplished, which is an especially baffling gatekeeping thing? Oh, just that it wouldn't move to the line? I don't know, it's like close. But fair enough. Do I know where Dupre is? Bueller? I saw him outside, right? He's in the walled garden? Yeah. So many annoying gringos out there. I think you mean cheeky gringos, right?
Hello again.
Buddy. I gotta ask you about the burial record. Miss Barbosa seems to have suffered a great loss. So she tells me. Grief is an old friend in my line of work, but it does me no good to see her visit a warm-hearted soul like that. Wow, that didn't do it, huh? How would that... How? Explain how. Oh, this is making me mad. How could this possibly not be done? Like, I think nothing is more emblematic of the problem of this game than this scenario that I've somehow created for myself. Like, literally her whole life's purpose and her, like, express purpose for coming here was to, like, figure out, like, the true identity of her family. And, like, I've done that, and she's just like, well, guess I'll just die. For, like, no good reason, even though I'm wealthy and power. Okay, hold on. Maybe if I go ask her about her fashion. This is the trash that makes this game garbage. Pros and cellos and wind. The soundtrack rules. I mean, it does seem like it suits your vibe. I mean, we're really close to the ball, but we're not there yet, which is annoying. I mean, I do plan to run a little long because I want to at least start the. I don't know, like the way the game treats these like big events. It's hard for me to gauge whether like it will actually just be like a cutscene that lasts like 5 minutes. You know? Can you not force perform a hypothesis? No, that's the whole point. The whole point is that I cannot do that because of some like really hinky barrier that the game has set up that like it just decides if I haven't asked about like certain random facts, then like I can't do that. And like that's the problem. Okay, Barbosa, hi. Discuss your foreign fashion. I left in a hurry and packed light. What would you have me do? Freeze? I mean, that's like positioned as if it's important in her grid. There like aren't even that many things I can like ask her about. Let me ask you about Quinn. Have you had the opportunity to talk to Miss Quinn? The girl with the books? Yes, briefly. We sat together at a meal. I mentioned my father was Irish. She gave me a book of local records. A strange gesture, maybe, but not a bad one. Dude, like, I've asked her, like, I've asked her all the, like, relevant questions. Like, this is truly infuriating. How many does it think I'm missing? 4 of 8? I clearly have more than 8 things. You looked it up? Do you have something actionable for me? It'd be great if it took exactly 7 in-game minutes. Well, maybe 6. 6 might be better. I don't see the telegram on this chart. Well, okay, so I returned the telegram to her. Is there something I can ask about with that? I didn't look at the telegram. Because I didn't realize it was something I could, like, look at without, like, making it obvious I had tampered with it. Does that mean that I can't, like, beat the game? Because I didn't look at that one item that one time? Like, I don't know how...
Sure.
Look at typewriter. Look at Probably not a good time to do that, huh? Kind of positions me in like the worst possible spot. It's a wanted poster. Don't think I've done that. Let me check for that. I haven't been to Miss Dean's room in a dog's age. There's a thing to do there that I don't think I can do. The game has led me to believe I can't do, and I thought I had done everything else in there. Maybe I missed that. Picture in the south. Yeah, I probably didn't look at the picture. Which idiot corner of this building is this? Left through the southeast corridor. Zoop. No, don't look. Oh. Wanted poster for Miss Barbosa? Looks as though she's wanted for arson in her homeland. Set fire to some prison carts. I read that as prison cats, and I was like super crazy confused. Arson? I didn't realize how dangerous Miss Barbosa was. Dangerous or foolish, but with fire there's not much difference. How did Miss Dean get her hands on it anyway? It's so unbelievably dumb. But like, I don't know if I'm doing a great job of explaining it, but like, you understand why this is frustrating, right? Like, could there be a clearer example than this? Like, I've already given her everything she wanted, but because I didn't know her whole backstory, the game's like, no, it doesn't count. Like that's just dumb. Like, that, like, just objectively makes no sense. Like, particularly because the game seems to be set up in a way where, like, not every piece of evidence is important, but then it weights some as critical, and it's not always clear or obvious why. And, like, in a case like this, like, that's not important. Not if you can, like, solve her problem without it. Love how I go down the stairs backwards. It's because I don't want to rotate the camera so much. Because I get, like, motion sick. Hello. Let's talk about your arson cats. Extremely dumb garbage. Alright, make hypothesis. Her goal is to reconnect. Oh no, to start a new. Okay, start a new life. Got it. Okay. To start a new life in her father's homeland. Now that her old life has gone up in flames.
Miss Barbosa came here to outrun her criminal records and start a new life in her father's homeland. I should find and confront her about this.
Why? Should you?
Well, yes, that's about it.
Your goal is to start a new life in your father's homeland now that your old life has gone up in flames.
I think that appears to be going well for me. Yes?
Oh, at least they, like, changed the dialogue now that she has all the money, right?
I have learned much about the summoning of ghosts. And I have my father's name now. Do you think I could see him somehow?
I heard he was going to get some milk. Really? She's not content to have a new... Okay. I mean, yeah, how about your... Oh, the spirit camera. Oh, is that how the question mark works? Oh. Let's talk about your father's ghost. Why would I not want to see him? This is a house of miracles, no? No, it's pretty cursed here. Before coming here, I had no money, no land, and only a nickname for my father. Maybe if I keep asking, the house will keep giving. See, that seems like an awful mindset to have when dealing with forces you don't understand. Spirit camera. Dr. Calgan has a camera he's modified for taking pictures of spirits. A camera can do that? I was right. It is a house of miracles. Have you asked him how it works? Would it work for my father? Could ask. Obrigada. Oh, that's fun.
I have...
Sure.
Mutual, I'm sure. Do I know where that guy is? Can I get to him before the ball? He's at the bar with the camera. I know this. You're right, Cotillion. He was at the bar. You didn't even have to check the map. Cotillion would be great at this game. What do you mean negative? Do you not think you have sufficient patience to play the most slowest progressing game in the world? Hey, buddy. Her
Miss
dad.
Barbosa is after a photograph
Oh, I
of
was
her
asking
late
about the
father.
pouch, huh?
Do you know how I might be able to get something like that?
You're looking for spirit photography there. And it just so happens, I might well be able to help you.
Yeah, I know, because you already took a photo of my brother who's
I will
dead.
need her father's name to summon him for the photograph.
I have
Yeah.
it already. His name was Seamus Shea O'Connor.
Wait, why would he need her name? He didn't... Neither one of us knew he was gonna summon my brother's ghost, and I literally told him the name of my brother after the fact. That can't be a condition of the ritual.
Seamus O'Connor? All right then. Why don't we find Miss Barbosa and go get set up?
Also, we're in Ireland. Seamus O'Connor's like everybody. It's like Bill Smith. Get dunked on.
Now, you need to hold still. Very still, if you would.
Painfully still.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's like drowning or something. The ghosts all look really unhappy.
I think it turned out quite well. How do you like it?
I love it.
It's generally understood that the clearer an image one attains, and the closer the spirit is to the subject, the more present they are. Which is to say, your father seems to be watching over you.
Oh, thank you for this. Really.
You're most welcome, Miss Barbosa. Sincerely.
Imagine if that were real. What part of it? Just like casual spirit photography? Or a guy named
develop
Seamus
another
O'Connor?
copy for you, just in case something happens to the first one.
That's ominous.
You don't have to do that.
Nonsense. It's no trouble. I'll get it to you just as soon as I'm able. Your father's name, I take it he was Irish?
He was. That's how I came to be here.
And how do you find it now you're here?
It would be hard to explain how much this magic house has done for me this day. And now that I have this image, I feel no desire to attend this seance. What a strange relief that gives me.
This is almost perfect. I have like one question to ask that guy that'll take like 1 minute, and then it'll be the ball, and we can go in there and see what it's like, and then end the stream after that, probably. She'll no longer be attending the seance with her father's name, picture, and ownership of his old land. Miss Barbosa's new start is ready to begin. The second light has gone out. I wonder what effect that will have on the sea ants. Same. Me too, buddy. Oh god, I got kicked out. No, I can't ask him, huh? So your objective to make it so that no one attends the sea ants and the sea ants lady doesn't have to die? I don't think it's explicitly that she doesn't have to die. I think it's just that, like, there's all these, like, ill omens and portents of, like, how bad the sea ants will be. And so, like, I mean, like, our main goal is to, like, figure out what happened to Evelyn Dean. And, like, she said some ominous thing about how, like, all roads lead to the sea ants. So, like, I think it's just, like, we're trying to stop the sea ants so, like, evil forces don't, like, implode the house at all of Ireland or something. I'm sure this will give me a game over, but I'm still mad about it. It's not gonna stop me. Oh, no, he's just not here. That's, like, way weirder, but okay. Does that mean he went back to the bar and I can ask him that one question? That singular question? Yes, it appears to mean that for some reason. It's not how that's, like, ever worked before, but I'll take it. You're so creepy.
Yeah. I'll take with.
I'll ask a random question to that guy if need be, or maybe it will take 2 questions to get the information I want. I want to say I love how shameless it is that everyone spends so much time at the bar, but, like, it's also, like, Ireland in the late 19th century. I don't know what else you would do. Game Boy wouldn't be invented for another, what, 10 years?
I'm glad that you were in attendance. For Miss Barbossa's sake. It was good of you to provide her with that photograph.
So it seems like this was a good pick for the Christmas game, at least. I mean, I think so. I mean, even if I end up, like, disliking the ending of the game, there's been enough good and enough, like, interesting things to sort of consider about what this game does as a video game that I've been happy with it. I'm not 1000% sure how chat feels about it. I know they were, like, off it, then on it, and then question mark profit.
What good are such things if we don't use them where they're needed? It only costs me a little time and some development materials. Compared to what it gets Miss Barbossa, it's nothing at all.
It does seem in keeping with his description of his, like, pseudo-job.
Magic is born from the need for its practical applications, after all. What good is it if it's withheld?
I'd like to ask you about Miss Callaghan's components. Can you think of anything that your aunt might be missing to help with her work at the well? 100 things, Mr. Ward, but only one that matters. Modernity. The seance is modern magic. She cannot protect against it without modern tools. If only she would accept my help. Okay, then help, idiot. That's the point of me asking, you ding-dong. I probably gotta ask him these stupid questions about his aunt. Tell me about the bean drawee. If he is apprentice, I am. I'm trained to handle all of her duties. Of course, I lack her experience, but I have medical training and new techniques to give me an edge. When will you take over? When will you be a bean drawee? Oh, when you take over, will you still be a bean drawee? Of course not. I would just be the drawee. Oh, of course. My mistake. How obvious.
Be well, Mr. Ward.
It's 9 o'clock. Do you know where your masked balls are? Getting late. Should return to my room and freshen up for the ball. I can pick up my investigations again once it's over. Okay. Do I have any agency, or do we jump? How's this working?
Okay, I'm ready. Well, how do I look?
This is gonna be bad, right?
You clean up well, Declan.
I'm starting to see why I was offered so much money to come here.
Are you?
There's something very wrong with Blake Manor, and it seems Miss Dean's disappearance is only a small part of it. Do I continue? So much of what I've seen today is far beyond what I've ever thought possible. Every minute I spend here among this devilry, I risk losing my grip on reality. If I haven't lost it already. I could just leave. After all, I've been paid a deposit that will keep me ticking over until the end of next year at least. I could just leave and save myself. And damn Miss Dean and this cadre of magicians.
Cool
whatever
guy.
hell they brought
Good
upon
flesh.
themselves. No. I need to see this through. If not for Miss Dean, if not for the guests here, then at the very least for the staff forced to work here. And anyone outside these grounds who could be harmed by whatever demonic work is in motion here.
I guess it'd be really funny to just bail at this point. I mean, it would. Like, the way this game works, I'm kind of surprised it's not an option. It just gives you another, like, lazy game over screen. You just left. You jerk. You rascal.
My soul is tarnished enough as it is. Helping these pagans will hardly change what's waiting for me in the next life. Whatever's coming next, I pray I have the strength to face it. Well, I'd better get going. At this rate, I fear I may be the last person to the ball.
You're not able to solve the photographer's mystery? No. I don't think I'm close to that, am I? Stop doing it. Again, where are we at on this? I guess I gotta ask him about maybe his hands? Maybe the stupid Ant's Shadow question that feels like it shouldn't be useful at all. There's a few of those I can ask. None of them seem like they would advance that cause, but I mean, that's not stopped the game before. Okay, a little concerned about this. Save an atrium. So what I need is room 16, I think, for my later task.
Ah, Mr. Ward, our final attendee.
My apologies. I was delayed in getting ready.
I mean, someone has to be last. It's not that egregious of a sin.
Of course, sir. There is no need to excuse your time to us. This is, however, a masked ball, sir. If you have not brought your own, we can provide one.
I mean, as Zacula stated earlier, like, there are, like, way too many people here, but there's also not so many that a masked ball, like, makes any sense. Like, I'm definitely gonna be able to pick out Death Incarnate from this group, you know? Even if he's not wearing his vestments.
Please, I seem to be underdressed.
You've no idea, sir.
Then why are you saying scary crap like that? What the
Sorry,
heck?
Mr. Varley, sir. Not my place. Anyways.
Is he
here's
just
your
calling me
mask,
poor?
sir,
I don't know.
And some champagne for the toast.
You may go on through, sir. I'm sure the others are eager for your arrival.
They're all just gonna be carrying
No,
knives,
thanks.
right? Knives out. From a distance, for some reason, that mask looked like it was a bra, and I was really confused.
Gentlemen, ladies.
I mean, this isn't, like, traditionally what I would expect from a masked ball. It's a little culty. I said culty.
Let me once again welcome you to Blake Manor. I am honored to have you at this event. It is one's duty to the household and family to look forward to the future, to make decisions that strengthen the land and line. But it is also important to take some time and look backwards, not through storytelling or nostalgia, but through the literal visitation of my forebears.
His ancestors gave him that eagle vision that I have.
None of which would be possible,
This is
of
bad.
course, without the talents of the renowned Carmela Mantovani.
Thank you, Marquis Blake. You are too generous, for I am but a humble guide. It is all of you shall do the work. Tomorrow night, when the veil is thinnest, our collective psychic forces will pierce through. Finally, we will speak directly with one of the dead.
Is she a reindeer? Are you saying that she looks cute?
Absolutely. Definitively beyond question. No medium, no spirit boards, no automatic writing. A spirit, here, talking to us itself.
Will it wield all the chains that it forged in its lifetime?
Finally. Conclusive proof on the end of life. Their transition into a state of unlife. What they know of any forms of afterlife. And where the known ghost spirits go. But that is for tomorrow, see? Tonight, we celebrate. Perhaps preemptively. But after the event tomorrow, we will be trained, shaken, and, no doubt, changed by the revelations learned. Let us toast the end of our own ignorance, the birth of a new us, and the start of a new world of deeper spiritual understanding.
I agree, that was not a cough. That was definitely clearing its throat.
Come, friends, let us raise our glasses. To Miss Mantovani and to knowledge.
It's important to me that you understand that they've been calling it a masked ball. And, I don't know if I'm the crazy one, but I feel like at minimum that heavily implies like a dance party, like a formal dance party. This is a cult ritual, and also a cult ritual that, based on the information we've seen so far, doesn't seem like it should be scheduled to last roughly 3 hours. I don't like it. Can't make me like it. Yep, seems bad. Seems really... Look, my face is melting up. That's not the direction the face should melt. This might as well happen.
Where am I? What was in that drink?
Baby, it's cold outside.
Have I been drugged? What the hell is happening here? Shh, Declan. They're listening. I can't let on that Hey, I know her.
What are we not letting on?
I know you.
Saving blocked. Alright. What's the wash lady?
Why do you keep doing that?
Why do you keep doing that? Wait, she shouldn't do that. That's not normal. Can't interact with fire. Weird jack-o'-lanterns. Cool. Ah, found the dancing. What's up, friends?
Contain the heart of a magician. I am convinced it is here. I can feel it now, calling me.
That's... Blake? Is that right?
I can almost see it.
It's like she's the tutorial lady.
That might be the substance you took.
No! You don't understand!
Are they also birds? Okay, I can't... I'm just here to bear witness. I don't seem to like... Oh. What? Hey, gang. I hate everything that's going on over here.
Where is the exit? I want to leave.
It's over. No, I've lost it. Sorry.
It'll be okay. Just take a moment and breathe. Remember, this is all transitory.
It feels like forever.
Taking forever. Yeah, the sun mask isn't great. There's a lot of not great things happening.
But at the same time, it's over so fast.
It's really not good. I mean, like, not great. Not great. The birds, whatever. The sun, though. Can I... It's like the same group, right? No, it's a slightly different group. Is there a character that tall? I don't think so.
In France. It is looked down on me, but I can love white sheep.
I'm sorry, sir, but this is a private conversation.
Please stop telling us your baggage.
Forgive me.
I don't, like... Is it possible to, like... miss something important? Like, I don't... This game is so bad at conveying certain things. Let's go all the way over here. It's like literal Skeletor on the right.
Of course, the ritual was different there.
Which, surprisingly, is the voodoo guy and not the priest.
This distinctly lacks ritual, no?
A lack of ritual seems to be the closest thing to a ritual these people observe.
I don't feel comfortable right now.
You and me both, Mr. Owl. You never tried without biting. Hey, gang. That's gotta be Omir on the left, right?
Black?
Did you leave?
Is that not? That doesn't sound like him.
In a way, I was lost. For a while, I was somebody else. I think still here. But years ago. A man. A boy, actually.
This feels like something that would happen in Call of Cthulhu.
I was running. With my mother. Then, without.
I've heard similar stories about this place. Too many, really. Inherit.
For all its grandeur, it is a miserable place.
All the way over here. Who do I want to talk to? No, I like this. Cat lady.
No, I've not had much luck here.
Who are you talking to? I think
The spirit. Personal matters.
I think I'm going to throw them up.
You and me both, cat lady.
Take this. I think it's a vase or a hat. It does not matter.
If you're gonna spew, spew in this. So, like, I think you get, like, a finite... What? Is that me getting knocked? I don't know what's happening. Okay, but I'm still... I don't know. So, like, I guess by taking different paths, like, you get a certain number of, like, stops to hit up, and, like, certain ones don't connect to each other, so, like, there's a way to, like, see and miss certain things. I don't know if any of it matters. I don't know if there's, like, actual, like, clues in here or anything, or if the whole thing is just, like, weird for show. Can I just want to see what save I have. So I'm just gonna make a couple notes here for myself. These. 16. And then, Yes. 16 p.m. I'll probably try not to save over those. Those both seem useful. I don't know. Back. Go through the weird door. Yeah, I'm sure Ross Bryant would be capable of doing like probably like a one-man show of every character in there in a spooky Call of Cthulhu ritual. I need to stop. Can't let them get away. Is that what we're doing? I was unclear as to like what that shape indicated. Like I kind of thought I was being kidnapped. Oh, I suppose I can run. Don't love the weird spooky color effect. Well, only way out is through, right?
Declan.
Hi, familiar voice.
Why did you let it happen?
I tried.
Is that Eamon? Saving still blocks. Ooh, what do you think? Time muted or chase the ghost? I probably can't go back if I chase. It might end the chase if I go in the cell door. I think chase makes more like it feels like this is a psychological distraction. I think I'm better off trying to like sort this out. Like I'm sort of interested in that, but like it seems like it's a red herring. Oh, these cursed winding stairs. Turns out it was a blue herring. It was kind of yellow, right?
I can't.
Unlike communism. Communism is a red herring.
Get away.
Is this gonna take me to that thing in the hedge maze? Oh no. Yes? No? Ooh, that's upsetting. Oh, going this way. Are you going to that locked Blake family door? No. You're definitely going to the hedge maze. It has so many layered jokes. I was like looking for something to watch for like an hour this afternoon, and YouTube recommended me like someone's like retrospective on the movie. I haven't watched it in a long time. I'd like forgotten how much of a point they make of the red herring and communism being a red herring at the end of Clue.
There.
A strange sequence. It's my buddy, the blacksmith. Hey, buddy. Talk later, I'm chasing a guy. So yeah, this is leading me exactly where I thought. The place where like Evelyn, yeah, like this place. It's bad here.
What on earth? The entity! It towered over the kidnapper. Twice their size at least. What is...
I mean, that had kind of been my guess as to where the portal would be.
Kind. It is pointing at the portal. As if it wants me to go there, or wants to go itself, but cannot.
I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that blocking is it. Oh, it's not even a choice. I'm just going in there. So that hour that was on the clock after the ball is also a red herring. It's not real. Also, you start late in the day, huh? Because if the church service is upcoming, that means it's 10?
Oh, my head. What did they give me? Was any of last night real? It was clear I wasn't the only one who took something. Nor was I the only one caught by surprise. But it did seem to be part of the celebration. What is wrong with these people? I should go back over the chase in my mind. See if I can learn anything that could guide me onwards.
I agree, that was fun and normal.
The one
At
that
least
led
one of
Miss
them,
Dean to the
surely.
grounds. It wanted to go through that portal but couldn't. Why?
It's probably a Dan Duatha or whatever. Okay. I think that's saying I have 2 hypotheses? I do. Yeah, so I couldn't do the haunting until after the ball, which I thought something like that might be the case, but still bothers me a little bit. The manor is haunted by, I think we're just going to call it shadowy figure. Seems right. Haunted by a shadowy figure whose name is, I guess Morrigan? We're talking about all the wash lady and the crows and all that stuff? His name is also shadowy figure. And they want to return to or escape, I think. Probably Tirnanog through the portal? I don't think I have the right name. I don't know. Is it Guibnu? Is it Crows? The manor is haunted by a shadowy figure whose name is Crows. Or Hard Work. Okay. See,
God lives here. Or is trapped here, perhaps.
So, like, Guibnu's... My understanding is Guibnu is the Smith guy. So when we saw him in the maze, like, distinct from the chase, I thought they were suggesting that we were asking about a different figure. But we are, in fact, saying it's the same one.
And he wants to return home. To Tirnanog. Through a portal located somewhere on the manor's grounds.
If by somewhere you mean you know exactly where.
Has the seance awoken it? Or is it stopping him from leaving? Or are the two events linked at all? And what would all of this have to do with Miss Dean?
Mystery solved. Guibnu is trapped at the manor and wants to leave. Cool and normal. Tirnanog is the first one. I don't know. I mean, like, if
the one sitting over there is Halara Nightmare.
First world is like the realm of the Fae. I don't think so. Who else? What else? The chase. Make a hypothesis. I blank into blank as I blank a blank through the ballroom's blank. Oh boy. I chased. No, I descended into the catacombs as I chased a kidnapper, I think we're going to call it, through the ballroom's secret passage.
The culprit took advantage of everyone's inebriated state last night. They used knowledge of a secret door and secret passages under the manor to get their victim out of the ballroom. I lost them in the maze. not far from where Miss Dean's trail went cold, where I found the petals and the sigil. Can all of this teach me anything useful?
No. Ooh, this is like an actual lead. That's great. They're very lucky. They got everyone high. They have knowledge of the grounds. Your knowledge of the land shall be great.
The only way they could have known about the door in the catacombs is if they knew the grounds. I have picked up another fact about the culprit. I wonder if there's anyone I could eliminate as a result.
I
And if not,
unintentionally clicked through that.
what
That's
investigating can I do to allow me to learn some useful facts about the suspects?
How many secrets hidden under the hotel? I should search I would love to search the basement video game. Have any leads on that? Hang on, there's something weird got dropped into my copybook. It is, of course, completely inscrutable. I think we missed breakfast. Church service. Probably gotta go to the church service. Mace scrying, walled garden, church stables. Wait, Callaghan at this? Oh yeah, he wanted to take photos of the horses because he thought they were horse ghosts. Okay, let me go to back one. They know the grounds or have maps. Map. Sketches something horrific. Paraphernalia of angels. Shoes are warps. Oh, yeah, he's out. She has magic. She has bad drawing. Not conclusive, I think. You're possible. History of Miss Dean. It was marked off on the list of magical people. You're good. Miss McCloud. Not conclusive. She found writings in his room. Never been to this side of the world before. I think that's a soft eliminate, but I'm gonna cross it off anyway. Do I have all his clues? No, but if I learn that he has maps, I'll undo it. That's the only possible thing. Attempts at drawing are poor. He has incomplete maps of the grounds. Feels like a soft remove, but I don't feel strong about that. This guy doesn't have magic. You're good. Room, shoe size. This isn't very conclusive because I just don't know. There's something so suspicious about Seamus Doyle. I don't know how it is that the game has provided me no information about that guy. This is first one meeting Miss Doyle. The manager knows the grounds well. He lives here. If you had to accuse right now, money down, who would you say is your primary suspect? The thing is, I'm still kind of unclear as to, what exactly we're saying is the exact crime, right? If all we're saying is, who abducted her, that's one thing. But, it's just not, clear, is the whodunit, who bound Goibnu here? I don't know. It's too weird. What is the crime? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Yeah, Zacula gets it. I appreciate that there's enough mystery here that we're not just like tackling one like front door problem here, but at the same time, like to ask me a question like that, like I don't know how to answer that. Like, there's definitely something, like, peak suspicious to me about the relationship between Seamus Doyle and Bringer of Death, whatever his name is. Sinote, Father Sinote. But, like, do I think that he in particular had something to do with Miss Dean? I don't know. Not strongly. I just think there's something, like, bad and weird going on. But, like, every character has something bad and weird going on. Okay, the basement. What do we at for the basement? Gain entry to basement. Sunday delivery. Well, that's good. Well, how about we mark that in our copybook? Sunday delivery. This. Do this. Make alarm for this. And then that's fine, I think. And then the missing person. So I just have to figure out who is missing by like going around. I still got nothing from this. So the idea here is that every like cardinal and ordinal direction coming off the culprit can feasibly lead you to evidence to narrow down the culprit. Is that right? Is that what we're doing? No, because the dream doesn't do that, right? Ocean says he's going to Denny's for real tomorrow if the weather is permitting. I hope that it is. A good use of time. Okay, I think that... Oh, hang on. Ooh, chat. Important question. Do we want to read the envelope now or save that as an exciting way to start next Friday's stream? Because I was on the fence about continuing to go, but I think we've made enough progress that I'm, like, recommitted to my effort on this. And now I also feel like I have a better understanding of how the game works. So hopefully that means that we will actually complete it. Of course, by complete it, I don't necessarily mean do a good job. Next week, but make a note about it. I mean, it itself is a note, right? Skull joke? What are we doing? Well, I mean, I think it goes without saying that that's our most productive session to date. I gotta say, this stream really, like, you know I already have bad things to say about the way I think this game handled its tutorial. But, like, I don't think it, in my opinion, it did not do a sufficiently good job of making it clear that, like, absolutely mundane stuff was, like, essential to game progression. It'd be one thing to say, like, well, in absence of all other ideas, you should just, like, ask as many things as you can. But, like, even when you, like, already, like, have the answer to the alleged mysteries, if you don't, like, ask them about a mark on the back of their hand or something, then, like, you just can't finish them, which is, like, crazy to me. Like, that's just... I don't know how or why you would like structure the game mechanics that way. A little later than I intended it to be. Let's wrap it up here. I feel like there's plenty to discuss, and a lot of it will make more sense perhaps at the start of next Friday's stream. Somewhere in this room, of course, I've hidden some number of Squirtles. If you are able to locate said secret Squirtles this way amongst the various plush friends on display, it will be an omen of good luck for you in the coming days. If there's any takeaway from this game, it's that magic is real and you could use a good omen, couldn't you? You want to ward off those toilet ghosts or something. Probably. Perhaps. Echo says it's a weird form of mechanical cruelty to give you a time limit, then log progression behind totally random, mundane discussion topics that seemingly have no... Yes! This is the crux of my core frustration with the game. Is that, like, I feel like I fully understand doing one or the other of those, but doing both of them feels like deliberately mean-spirited or something. It's very strange. Because, like, I am an adventure gamer. If you give me like a bunch of dialogue options, I will exhaust them. But if you give me a time limit, I will treat the time limit as essential, as critical to manage. And like, again, I think this is a failing of the tutorial. I think you can actually make a game where those two things are both true if you communicate to the player what is actually important. I think that there's just a missing link here where, like, if the tutorial was structured in a way that like made it clear that like put emphasis on the significance of such like mundanery, in that case, I think you might be able to pull it off. I think it's still an uphill battle and probably an unwise choice and whatever. Sega says, why is a time limit in the game? Because it seems so forgiving that we actually reached a point where we were burning entire hours. That's not entirely true. We got close to that point. I will say that the reason that I think the time limit is in the game is because they want the sense of tracking people's schedules and like attending certain events. Like, I think that's important to the way that they want to tell the story. But like, I'm not convinced that like a true time limit is actually required to get that result. I mean, I've played like countless adventure games where it's like, you have to hurry, you must do this before like some bad thing happens. And then like the bad thing will never happen until you like achieve the goal that they want you to do or whatever. So like, I feel like you could easily manage something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I have thoughts. They're like mainly unfavorable. Like, there's a lot that's good about this game. Don't get me wrong. I think by now, if you're watching this, you probably have a sense of what it's like when I truly don't like a game. And like, that's not what we're doing here. But like, there is a certain level of frustration because like, I think that like just the core systems of this game could use an overhaul to reach a point where like it would function so much better. And like, not just like function better from a gameplay standpoint, which is like an admirable enough goal on its own, but like, I think would also make the story function better. So many of the jack-o'-lanterns non-interactable things if they all do this. Yeah, no, like for sure. Like a game like this doesn't need fluff text, right? Like we can just like remove, like the time limit is generous, sure, but like just why have those extraneous things like generic clothes in everyone's rooms and like certain jack-o'-lanterns you can look at and stuff like that? It adds like nothing. But yeah, like this is like, I agree with you, Zach. Like, I know you've been critical of the game, perhaps even more so than me, but like, I fully agree with you. The game is so close to being good at what it wants to do. And the thing that's so interesting is that the game is really unique. It's doing something that's different than other games. But there are some things about it that are like really rough around the edges. And unfortunately, they're like not insignificant things. They're things that like really affect the like consistent like response the player gets trying to play the game. And like, it is often the case that I get more frustrated about a game that comes close to being good than one that's just outright bad. If something like truly just sucks, I'm like, all right, you have fun with that. I'm going to play Balatro some more or something. But like a game like this, I play it, that I'm like quietly just like, oh, but like, couldn't you just be better? Couldn't you just have spent time to be good? I know it's like late, it's almost 2. Several people are asleep. Dracula, did you have a guess for where the Squirtle is? Did I miss that? Do you care? I know I put Sonic away, which is one of your favorite guesses. If you just miss the mark, you could fix some things and it could be good, which can be more disappointing than completely missing. It is, and just to tie the whole stream together, that's like kind of the argument I have with Escape Room parentheses not the famous one, is like it does some things really well and is really close to just being a great movie. But like it ended up like needing some work. Like I feel like I could take like that existing product and make such small changes to make that like a really good movie. Oop, the good little purple freak. So when you say little purple freak, you mean the small one, not the big one, I presume. To guess on behalf of Neko, I think that's fair. I think it's reasonable to assume Neko would guess coughing. The lesson is that we need to send Cheryl's book to more game devs. Yeah, I mean, an effort is being made. Okay, let's see. Okay. So, Demolition came in with the first guess behind Leafeon. Poor Leafeon. His tail's so big. It's really cumbersome. Squirtle over there. Behind Coughing. What a lad. Squirtle there. Oob the ghost. Squirtle as well. And behind the so-called purple little freak, also a Squirtle. And what's funny about that is I don't perceive that there was an obvious attempt to communally guess the theme. And the theme isn't all of them, which I certainly do from time to time. But no, there's other stuff out there. All of those just happen to be part of the theme. The theme, no, not Pokemon. That'd be a funny thing to do. But also, Oob the Ghost is not a Pokemon. The theme this time was friends who are smiling, even if menacingly, like Gengar. Coughing's got his big dopey smile. Oob is very excited about all things at all times. And even though it is subtle, Leafeon definitely smiling. Definitely a happy sleep. Oob should be a Pokemon. You know I love my ghost Pokemon. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching. I hope you've enjoyed another installment of the Séance of Blake Manor. We made so much progress relative to the other things. It's very exciting. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you. And I hope to see you again soon. Until I do, take care of yourselves and remember that you are clawsome.